Let me know and I'll start recording.
I'm ready. I didn't get the other half of the.
Recording in progress.
We're live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for March 10, 2026. First item on this agenda is that I move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of approving executive session minutes and discussing strategy related to a litigation matter. The litigation matter must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the town, and the chair so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. So all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. The select board will reconvene in open session following the executive session. Okay.
Recording stopped.
And then
Recording in progress.
We're live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for March 10, 2026. like to make a couple announcements myself, and then Michael Rubenstein is going to read one of our proclamations, and then other people can make comments. So I'd like to congratulate Debbie Hatzel-Lefteritis. Aren't you impressed by the fact that I can say her name? For the Black and Latino Legislative Caucus's 2026 Blacks Excellence on the Hill Award that she received. And I might add, in 2023, I received that award. It was during COVID, however. I didn't have the opportunity to do all of the festivities that are associated with it. We're going to prepare a proclamation for next meeting, as she's out of the country right now. But congratulations to Debbie Hatz, as she's called, a very important town resident who was the first Black female member of the police department. Second, where is my plaque? Okay. Brookline got this. On Saturday, was it Sunday? Was it Saturday or Sunday? Anyway, this weekend, I represented the town of Brookline at a Boston 250 event at the Unitarian Universalist Urban Ministry in Roxbury. It was a really nice program commemorating the 1776 effort by Henry Knox, who you may know of as the person that Fort Knox was named after. Used to be the Secretary of Treasury. But in 1776, he took a band of folks, revolutionaries, to Fort Ticonderoga to recover cannons and other ordnance that the British had abandoned, and brought them, I think it's like 300 miles in the dead of winter, over difficult terrain without modern highways, of course, and over frozen lakes and rivers, to Cambridge and then Roxbury and Dorchester. And those cannons were used to repel the British and drive them out of Boston. And as a result, we have the Massachusetts holiday called Evacuation Day, commemorating the evacuation of Boston by the British. Now, what does Brookline have to do with that? Well, they came, whatever route they came, to Cambridge, and to get to Roxbury without running into the British, they had to go back to Watertown and through Brookline into Roxbury. So because we were a stop on this trip, they had to go through Brookline to get to their final destination. We are recognized as having played an important part in this very important event that was very significant in the American Revolution. Without running the British out of Boston, things would have been much, much different to the worse for the Americans. Thirdly, so that's the plaque that we have. And we'll find some place, probably in Town Hall, to display it. And I hope we can put together some other events during this year to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the beginning of the Revolution. So finally, Tommy Vitolo, our state representative, told me about a visit by two mayors from Ireland who are in Boston for St. Patrick's Day and will be meeting with local Irish American residents at Hamilton's on Thursday, and other non-Irish American residents, like me, hopefully. We have a proclamation which is intended to welcome them to Brookline and note the connections between Brookline and Ireland, which are very significant and very educational, in that Ireland and these two cities in particular are dealing with many of the same issues that we are here in Brookline. Issues of housing, environmental issues, what they call EDI, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, related to the immigrants that are coming to Ireland from various parts of the world and who are being successfully integrated in many cases into their society. So this
Sorry,
is.
we don't have sound. I'm sorry. Can you give us a second?
Oh, my God.
I gotta repeat that.
They missed a lot of eloquence there.
I see Janet Kahn is in the audience. She'll remember everything I said.
I will. That was very impressive. I like the history lesson.
Just hold for a second
How many
here.
board members of Irish descent do we have?
What are you looking at?
You had to go
David?
back pretty far.
That's me, I'm half Irish.
Just testing this now. Yeah, just see what we can do here. I don't know if it's a problem with Zoom or what. Sorry, give us 1 second.
Can I see the plaque? Is this the plaque we're giving to the visitors?
No. This is our plaque,
Oh, this is
given
what
to
we
us by Boston.
Oh, okay.
Where are we going to put it?
Well, I think we should set up a display case on the first floor for historical stuff related to the Revolution, because there are a lot of things that,
There's no display case?
no, there used to be one.
Furniture's gone too, as someone has resell it.
There's sound in the broadcast, but there's no sound coming from the Zoom. So there's a Zoom issue.
I don't get why we don't have a museum. I mean, we have such a rich history.
Let's see.
These
So
towns have
that one.
museums.
there's a
Something else.
maybe do we turn this off?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Turn mine back on. Does that work?
Hold on 1 second. Maybe, is there a mic on that one?
So, it's not the same computer. So Andrea was fixing this one before. So the microphone for this one is same as system, whichever that means. Should we just try the
Maybe if we turn off the mic for this,
turn it off?
go down to.
Yep.
Now we don't hear a reply.
So do we want to try this one?
No.
No. Okay. That one seems to be working. That one seems to.
We get an echo. Let's see. I'm getting an echo.
Oh, shoot.
Are we getting an echo?
Testing?
Can you guys test your mics? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Hello, hello,
Testing.
hello.
Okay.
Captions working.
Captions are working. People are picking it up online. Okay.
Okay.
Apologies, folks watching at home. The good news is the sound in the room was captured on big, so you don't have to repeat everything. It is recorded and presented elsewhere, captioned appropriately, and so forth. So you can pick up where you left off. Chair. We just need the camera in the room. So we don't know. I don't know which one of those. There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Sorry for the delay. Traeger, hold on 1 second. How's that, Regina? Can you hear it? Is that working? No. Okay. Can I see it? Is that all right? You guys work on this.
We just replaced batteries in both of them.
Yeah. So I don't know if it might be I don't know what channel it's on.
I love technology.
This is why
Not
we
this
do
technology,
testing.
that's my daughter was waving to me on the ring.
Yeah.
That's good technology.
It's good technology.
Yes, it's not on their end.
Sure.
What's that?
Sure. Amy Helen.
Surveilling my child.
Testing, testing, testing. Testing. Can they? This is the podium mic. We're testing it now.
John is looking out. He's running on a pilot's use. One who's in trouble. I'm just getting everybody to hate me.
Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Okay. Well, good news, bad news. It seems to be the Zoom meeting, not our equipment. Wes, can you actually hear me as a remote participant? Okay, he can hear. So I think we're back.
Oh, perfect. So we're just waiting for the listening devices.
Not hearing it on this. Are you hearing it? I can't, it will disturb your meeting and do it on closed caption.
This is how good this stuff is. Read tells you. Person is walking from the yard to the gate. Child is walking across the porch with a brown dog. That's how good it is. It's amazing.
Is your audio on?
Now I take it off so it won't disturb.
Yes, sir. Yep, no, it's appreciated.
I've had it for a couple of months. It's good.
Take this out first.
Okay, now I'm trying the microphone. I'm trying this. Can you hear that through there? No?
I notice you can see the Citgo sign from there.
How do I send a document on my OneDrive to Kate?
It's on, you can just share.
Test, 1, 2,
Yes.
3.
Test, test. Test, test, test.
At some point, we're just gonna have the meeting. What-
Test, test, test.
Go
Test.
into your OneDrive where
good
this
one.
is stored.
Okay.
Test, 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 test. Speaking from the microphone here. Test.
So that,
Yeah, this is it.
so,
Test, 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 test.
no, go back to
Can-
where you were in the
Okay,
OneDrive.
let's see.
Okay, so go. Oh, see that? You can share it with Kate
Oh,
right there.
okay.
That will email it to her and you can change your permissions
Okay.
here. So if you want her to edit it or something, or
Okay.
print it or whatever.
Okay.
Did you see my
Oh,
grandson?
oops.
Yeah, I saw a picture you posted on Facebook.
And
And then if you go to this eye icon,
No luck.
click on that, and then it can show you what she can do. She can
Really
edit.
appreciate it if everybody use your microphones articulated.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
just send it, and much. You'll get
Yeah.
that email.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Apologies for the technical delay. We are back, and you can keep going. Sorry.
How far back do we have to go?
You don't have to go back. The Big was picking it up on the broadcast, so that's it's in the record.
Okay. So where we are now, let me find it. Okay, I was mentioning the visit to Brookline of the two Irish mayors who will be in Boston for the St. Patrick's Day festivities on the 17th. And on Thursday, we'll be here in Brookline to meet with local Irish American dignitaries as well as other residents at Hamilton's Bar on Beacon Street. So in order to welcome them to Brookline, we prepared a proclamation, and I'd like to read the proclamation. It says, Proclamation of the Brookline Select Board. The Brookline Select Board welcomes Mayor Seamus Ryan of Waterford, Ireland, and Mayor Mike Cubbard of Galway, Ireland. Oh, thank you. Oops. Okay. For St. Patrick's Day celebrations and events. And I have a Irish welcome statement, and I don't have the pronunciation right in front of me, so I'm going to try to remember.
Can you do it in Gaelic?
Yes, in Gaelic,
Excellent.
right. Cere mele faute, which means 100,000 welcomes. So whereas the month of March is designated as Irish American Heritage Month, a time to honor the indelible contributions, vibrant culture, and enduring spirit of Irish immigrants and their descendants who have shaped the fabric of American life. And whereas the greater Boston area proudly holds one of the nation's deepest concentrations of Irish heritage, a legacy rooted in the 19th century when many sought refuge in Brookline following the Great Irish Famine. And whereas though these early residents faced significant adversity and hardships, they met every challenge with resilience and faith, eventually rising to positions of political and economic leadership and integrating their traditions into the very soul of our town. And whereas the legacy is anchored by enduring institutions such as St. Mary of the Assumption Catholic Church, which has served as a spiritual and communal pillar for generations of Brookline families, and whereas Brookline remains a global center for Irish scholarship through Boston College's Center for Irish Programs and Boston University's Institute for the Study of Irish Culture, ensuring that the history and contemporary issues of Ireland continue to be studied and celebrated. And whereas the town of Brookline was the childhood home of John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States, whose life and leadership started at 83 Beale Street and remains a powerful symbol of the Irish American journey from immigrant roots to the highest office of the land. Whereas the spirit of Irish hospitality continues to thrive in our local gathering places, including Granay O'Malley's and Hamilton's, which serve as modern-day hearths where stories are shared and community bonds are strengthened. And whereas on March 12, we are privileged to extend a warm Brookline welcome to Mayor Seamus Ryan of Waterford and Mayor Mike Cubbard of Galway, whose visit reinforces the living bridge between our town and the ancestral homelands of many of our residents. Now, therefore, in consideration of the foregoing, on this 10th day of March 2026, the Brookline Select Board, on behalf of the residents of Brookline, hereby welcomes Mayor Seamus Ryan of Waterford and Mike Cubbard of Galway. And if we may use the Irish Gaelic phrase, we say, Cade mele face, 100,000 welcomes to our friends from Galway and Waterford. to be signed by the Brookline Select Board. So, any other comments? Michael?
Sure. So I also have a proclamation to read on behalf of the Brookline Select Board. The Brookline Select Board recognizes and congratulates the 2026 Brookline Women of the Year, Gabrielle Abby Dean, Alicia Hsu, and Linda Olson Pelkey. Whereas the United Nations officially recognized March 8th as International Women's Day in 1975, and since 1977 has invited member states to proclaim March 8th as the United Nations Day for Women's Rights and World Peace, honoring the historic and ongoing struggles of women around the world for equality, justice, and opportunity. And whereas the Brookline Commission for Women was established by Brookline Town Meeting with a mission to promote equity and justice for all women and girls, including all who identify as female. And whereas for 21 years, the Brookline Commission for Women has recognized outstanding women in our community through its annual Brookline Women of the Year Award, honoring women who live and work in Brookline and who have dedicated their time, resources, and efforts to bringing significant and positive impact to our community. And whereas the Brookline Commission for Women has selected longtime Brookline residents Abby Dean, Alicia Hsu, and Linda Olson Pelkey as the 2026 Brookline Women of the Year. And whereas Abby Dean is a deeply respected public health leader and licensed clinical social worker who has devoted more than 30 years to Brookline in her current role as the Behavioral Health Intervention and Prevention Program Coordinator for Brookline Public Health, and as a counselor at Brookline High School. She provides critical mental health support to students, staff, families, while mentoring the next generation of professionals. And whereas through her statewide leadership on the Opioid Recovery and Remediation Fund Board and her direction of programs supporting mothers and children impacted by addiction, she exemplifies compassionate leadership and an unwavering dedication to prevention, equity, and the well-being of the entire community. And whereas Alicia Hsu is a retired teacher of the public schools of Brookline who spent 3 decades teaching primarily at the Amos A. Lawrence School and was awarded the Ernest R. Caverly Award for Excellence in Teaching from the Brookline Education Foundation in 2008. And whereas Alicia Hsu is a co-founder and steering committee member of the Brookline Asian American Family Network and is a member of the Planning Committee with the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations for the town of Brookline, where she co-leads the annual AAPI Heritage Month Festival celebration in May. And whereas Alicia Hsu has been a tireless advocate for the Asian American and Pacific Islander community in Brookline and is widely recognized as a fierce advocate and loving supporter of educators. And whereas Linda Olson Pelkey is an urban planner, civic leader, and longtime volunteer whose work has had a lasting impact on the town of Brookline over more than 2 decades of public service, focused on planning, sustainability, open space, and neighborhood engagement. And whereas Linda Olson Pelkey has served as a town meeting member since 2009, currently serves on the advisory committee, and has served on several other town committees. And whereas Linda Olson Pelkey is the founder and president of the Friends of the Minnow Rose Garden, serves on the board of the Brookline Green Space Alliance, previously served on the board of the Brookline Community Foundation, and is the author of Exploring the Paths of Brookline, a guide to the town's historic pedestrian paths. And whereas through her leadership, scholarship, and tireless volunteer service, Linda Olson Pelkey has made a significant and enduring contribution to Brookline civic life. Now, therefore, in consideration of the foregoing, on this 10th day of March 2026, the Brookline Select Board, on behalf of the town of Brookline, hereby recognizes, congratulates, and expresses its deepest appreciation to Gabrielle Abby Dean, Alicia Hsu, and Linda Olson Pelkey, the 2026 Brookline Women of the Year, for their outstanding and sustained contributions to the town of Brookline and its residents, and extends its warmest congratulations on the occasion of their recognition at the Brookline Women of the Year celebration on March 11th, 2026. Signed by the Brookline Select Board.
Thank you, Michael. Any other announcements or updates from the select board? Yes,
If they're select board members, they want to go first.
Not me.
Oh,
No.
okay.
I have
That's
two
you.
quick announcements. First, the Budget 101 series continues next week at the Florida Rough and Ridley School at 6:30 p.m. We invite all members of the community to come be a part of that. This will be our 6th presentation. We've previously had presentations at the BHA residences, at the Arthur O'Shea residences at 61 Pine Street, at the Baker School, at Potterham Library, and online. And it's been a wonderful experience so far, and we've had really great questions and incisive conversations with the community. So again, next week, next Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. at Florida Rough and Ridley School, the auditorium. Come one, come all. We look forward to seeing you there. And on a particularly happy note, I'm very excited to announce that the 2nd annual election sticker contest has opened. The finalists are online. You can vote for one from each of the 3 age groups. They are all excellent, and I wish they could all win. But we will select from those 3 finalists, and each of them will have their sticker printed, and then you can pick up your Brookline I Voted sticker when you go to vote. You could pick up more than one. You can't vote more than once. That's illegal. But you can get more than one sticker if you really, really want. So please do come out and please do vote for the stickers, then come out and vote in the election and get a sticker for voting in the election. That's it.
Thank you. Any other comments or updates? Okay, let's move on to public comment. Melanie, please introduce the rules.
Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. The on-screen timer will flash orange when you have 1 minute remaining and red when your time is nearly up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person wishing to speak must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name, either their Brookline precinct number or street address, and the specific topic on which they wish to speak. The board encourages but does not require that remote users turn their video on when commenting. We did not have anybody sign up for public comment prior. Is there anybody in the room that would like to make a public comment?
Hey, Janet, go on.
Good evening. Janice Kahn, town meeting member from Precinct 15, a member of the town's advisory committee. I'm also on the comprehensive plan steering committee, and most relevant to the discussion of the special town meeting later this evening, a community member of the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study Group. So in other words, I take both a neighborhood and a broad town-wide perspective into consideration when I look at issues. The Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study was intended to look carefully at the commercial area along Route 9 West in Chestnut Hill and to create an overlay zoning to incentivize commercial and mixed-use development in the entire commercial area. And I want to emphasize entire commercial area. To date, that hasn't happened. Instead, what has happened is the creation of zoning to incentivize development for one developer in one part of the commercial area. The Community Advisory Group never heard from any other developer, including the only other developer in the Chestnut Hill Commercial 4.0 district who owns enough property to create significant development along the corridor. The fact is that the Community Advisory Group never heard from any other property owners and potential developers in the commercial area's other 3 districts, the Chestnut Hill Commercial 3.0, the neighborhood mixed use both on the south side of Route 9, and the transit-oriented mixed use on the north side of Route 9, which is in Brookline. It abuts Star Market, and which is in Newton, so it's right on the border. So the reason I wanted to speak tonight is that I want to just urge you to
Sorry, I'm
to defer this special town meeting to the fall. So what looks neat on paper may in fact have real-world unintended consequences of creating disincentives for development in a part of town that could measurably benefit Brookline's commercial tax base. So I urge you to defer this special town meeting to a time in the fall. Let's get the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study Community Advisory Group to finish the work it was set up to do, and let's get this zoning right for Brookline. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments from the audience? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and move on to our miscellaneous calendar. First item is question of approving the meeting minutes from February 24, 2026. Any edits, corrections from the select board? No? I move approval of the meeting minutes from February 24, 2026. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, I would like to take items 6B to 6P in omnibus fashion, unless someone would like to pull out anything for further discussion. And I'd like to pull out 6P relative to the Brookline Community Development Corporation matter, because I see that David Cavell, who's the interim executive director, is in the audience. If any select board member would like to ask him a question before we vote. Yes,
Yeah.
John?
Well, I'm confused because 6P on what we have in front of us is the proper.
6I.
Oh, okay, 6I, okay. Is that, if I misheard you, I apologize.
Question of voting to affirm the Housing Advisory Board's February 4th vote to recommend with conditions, and that's the key here, housing trust funding in the amount of $822,764 for the Brookline Community Development Corporation's renovation project at 154 through 156 Boylston Street. The select board vote would carry the same conditions as the HAB vote, which are subject to a satisfactory written report on the solar installation from the structural engineer, 2, subject to inquiring into having insurance for the roof as a result of the solar panel installation, 3, subject to delegated approval by Brookline staff. I think that's Steve Heiken, Roger Blood, and what's Pam's last name? Yeah.
Goodman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pam Goodman. And, excuse me, 4, deferral of overhead fee until completion of the project. So those are the conditions that the Housing Advisory Board imposed on this, this recommendation for paying the amount to the Community Development Corporation to do some really critically important and needed renovations to their properties.
Excuse me, would the chair please come closer to the microphone? It's really hard to hear you.
Sorry. So those were conditions imposed by the Housing Advisory Board on the funding of this critically important renovation of the Community Development Corporation's housings on Boylston Street. And I just wanted to give the Select Board an opportunity to ask any questions or raise any issues before we vote. Paul?
I have one question. Hi, David, thank you. First, congratulations on your new role.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to town.
It's good. Well, I would say it's good to be here. It's good to be here when it's not snowing.
Just a quick question. So the money's coming out of the Housing Trust. Have you also applied for any CPA funds?
Yes. And we've received some for this project.
Can you tell us about that? How much?
Sure. So I can get you the exact,
Doesn't have to be exact.
figure. It's in the, I believe it's 1.1 million,
Okay,
roughly.
okay. And is this between the 1.1 and this money, is this covering you for the project? Is that
Correct.
fully funding?
This is
or you
the-
need other sources of funds?
Yeah, that's accurate. And I'm happy to submit to the select board the range of sources and uses for this project, which we discussed at the HAB meeting. But that's accurate. We have a range of sources for the project. There's American Rescue Plan funds. There's Community Preservation Act funds. And then this is the supplemental request after the discovery of the damage that led to this request.
Okay, great, thank you.
Could you tell us a little bit about what that damage was?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project, we discovered significant termite damage to the property after the contractors had removed the building's envelope to investigate and insulate the building to make it more climate friendly, which is part of the point of the project. And so after reviewing that damage and proposing various methods that we reviewed with our contractors and with the Housing Advisory Board in our meeting with them, we came up with this proposal in addition to other work that needed to be done as the project has advanced to complete the preservation of the structure and the investment of funds so that this will be a property that people can enjoy living in for hopefully many decades to come.
Great. Thank you, David. Okay, so, I'm sorry, you have another? Oh, okay.
Sorry, I just want to ask a procedural question. I'll admit, I'm a little surprised that this is on our miscellaneous agenda. This is I'll have to say, extraordinary amount of money when you consider that we're combining the Community Preservation Act funds to the tune of more than $1 million with $822,764 from the Affordable Housing Trust. And, I fully trust the Community Preservation Act Committee to determine the use of those funds and the Housing Advisory Board to determine the use of Housing Advisory Board funds. But when the two come together, on one project, I feel as though the Select Board should have this as a item not on the miscellaneous agenda, but on our regular agenda. I apologize for not saying this until just now, so that we can sort of take a, big picture look at if we're going to be, net combining this many funds from the Community Preservation Act with this many funds from the Affordable Housing Trust for one building, on Boylston Street. It's an important building. It needs to be, the problems with the building need to be addressed for the sake of the tenants of that property. But we're in the range now of having to question how much do we spend per unit to not add to affordable housing in Brookline, but simply maintain existing affordable housing in Brookline. I don't know what my personal limit is, but because we've never had that discussion. And I think it's a discussion we're going to have because we're going to be facing situations like this more than once in the future. And we can't end up making a decision one way on one request because we might think that's an extraordinary amount of money to spend per unit, and then come around and make a different decision in the opposite direction, even though there might not be that much difference when you compare the two decisions as to how much is being spent per unit. Because I don't know what our limit is on how much we spend per unit, but I do know that the more we spend per unit, the fewer the number of units we are able to provide as subsidized housing. So it's an important question, and I'm a little uncomfortable having to vote on this as a miscellaneous item tonight.
Michael.
Hello, David.
Hello.
Can you tell us how many units, dwelling units, are in this building that are being saved?
Absolutely. So this is a 6-unit property at 154, 156 Boylston. It's roughly 23 people. So there's a number of children, there's a number of seniors who are in this property.
Okay. And do you have any sense of what the typical replacement cost is for a unit such as these in Brookline?
It's fairly high, as I think you're aware. This was something that was reviewed in our submission to the HAB and was reviewed extensively when we presented at their February meeting, which is where this approval was made. The cost of, for example, doing a tear down and rebuild would have been, I don't recall the exact calculation, significantly higher than the cost of this renovation project has been. I can get you that figure. I can review the submission.
Okay. I think we can vote on this tonight. I mean, we're just approving an amount that the HAB is providing to this project.
Yeah.
And I agree. Maybe it should have been on the regular calendar, but that's why I pulled it out so that we could have whatever discussion.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I don't have the answer as to whether the CPA committee took under consideration that HAB would be putting in $800,000. I don't know if HAB took under consideration that CPA committee
did.
was putting in, 1 point. But if any one review is going to look at the question of, well, then if we're combining those two funding sources in one project for 6 units of housing, what does that work out to per unit of housing? And is that what we customarily are okay with spending per unit of housing? With our affordable housing funding is kind of hard to come by. And sometimes it can yield great results in terms of multiples on the investment. And I'm not sure we're getting one of those great results in this case in terms of the multiple on the investment.
Okay, Michael?
Did you have an answer to his question?
Well, I do. I also am aware that that Roger Blood is raising his hand and trying to participate online. I think he's trying to jump in to say basically what I was going to get at as well. So I want to give him an opportunity to participate if that's allowed.
Yes.
But I do want to respond directly to the question.
Yeah, good.
This was I think you've raised a very important point. And this was the subject of a number of meetings going back to January with both the CPAC and the HAB, and the result of many negotiations between the two of them to decide and determine how to appropriately fund this request. So the fund, it's a very actually interesting structure of the funding agreement, which Roger can speak more to, but your concerns are certainly noted and were, I think, addressed fairly comprehensively by the HAB and the CPAC in this process over the past couple months.
Yeah, thanks, Abe.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Can we, pardon me? Yeah, could we listen to Roger Blood? Could you,
Roger, are you
Roger.
unmuted?
I think I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. John Slickman Van Skoyak's question is a good one. And normally the trust funds, as you know, are used and produce per unit cost for a unit of affordable housing in the 100,000+ range. And that's because there's so many leveraged state and federal funds that come in on new project developments. This is a renovation project. The total cost is somewhere north of $2 million. I think perhaps as much as $2.4 million. There's several other sources of funding of relatively small amounts. And so that would be around $400,000 a unit to create 6 units of spacious family housing, but in a 100-year-old building. The CPA committee took this on and made a $1.2 million commitment. And then there was a need for more funds for things that were only discovered after the building was opened up. And a lot more detail at that point was originally taken back to the CPA committee, which I think was going to be willing to fund it, but with an annual cycle, the timing wasn't going to allow the continuation of the project that had tenants involved and was open in the middle of the winter. So the trust volunteered to hear the presentation and made the commitment of the vote to ask you to approve the $823,000 with an understanding that the CPA will effectively refund. Effectively, it's not going to be direct. 400,000 of that from their fund. But when we received it, it was already partway through, and the costs were the costs. It was the reality on the ground with a project that was partway through and needs to get completed. And the cost per unit was something we were very aware of, and several HAB members, asked the question, if we were getting this from scratch, would we do a project, for your question, with at a cost of $400,000 per unit from local funds? And probably not, but we weren't in that position to be looking at it from that standpoint. So we're recommending it because there will be a good outcome. I think as Dave mentioned, I know they did provide data to the HAB that the cost of producing 6 new family units would be substantially greater than the total cost than what we were faced with to complete this project. So that's the basis for our recommendation, which was unanimous.
Yeah, Paul.
Yep, thanks, Bernard, and thank you, Roger, for that explanation. And I really appreciate John's 2 points, which I think I heard. One was these larger amounts should probably be outside of the consent agenda, and I appreciate Bernard, pulling it out. And 2, having us better understand the threshold and decision-making around the allocation of funds, the total allocation when we're pulling from multiple buckets. But I did want to say that that there's 23 people living in this building, and maintaining the best use of our funds, honestly, is to make sure that we don't lose affordable housing. And this is, I think, that situation where it's not only losing it, what would be the timeline to be able to bundle money in order to create 6 more units of affordable housing? It would be an extensive period of time. But I really do appreciate the questions that you raised, but I'm supportive of the request to reinforce and approve what the HAB has already approved.
Okay.
May I just sort of
Yep.
restate my point one more time? Just 'cause I don't want people to think that I'm, insensitive to the fact that there are people who, live in those units, and this is going to be for the sake of, excuse me, preserving their units of housing. But at some point, I just want us to all acknowledge that the money can be used for this, and that's all well and good. Or another example of how we use affordable housing subsidies is represented by 108 Center Street, which had their ribbon cutting just within the past year, and offers 54 units of housing. Excuse me, and the subsidy there was about $74,000 per unit. So you have to make choices in this life, and you can either choose to take $4 million and use it to create 54 units of housing at $74,000 per unit, or you can take approaching $2 million worth of money to preserve 6 units of housing, and do the math there. I think Roger said it comes out to about $400,000 per unit. So, I would sure like to see us get 54 units of housing for $74,000 per unit the next time. And I think I've made my point about having to have some kind of a metric when we start using money to subsidize units of affordable housing.
Yeah. And we can do both. And one of the problems is we have these properties on Boylston Street that we can either allow to run down, or fix them and maintain them as affordable housing for the 23 people who live there. We can't take that money and find another site for 6 units, right? Because there aren't any other sites that are easily found here in Brookline. So this is a very, I think it's good to support this housing project because you know, it's something that we have and we need to preserve. So.
Well,
Yeah.
we haven't even talked about the alternatives, which would be if you could find affordable housing units at $74,000 per unit for these families, and then do something else with this property. You know, we're discovering that this is a property that just it's a money pit in terms of how much money it's costing just to keep it habitable, and we're into extraordinary amounts of money now
Yeah.
that we could have been using for a different purpose under a different way of handling all of this.
David.
John, when you say it's been a money pit, do you know roughly what the numbers have been? How much has been spent over
Well, you
what
heard it.
period of time?
You heard it tonight. I mean, it's
Right.
going to cost us over $2 million just to keep this habitable.
But in terms of past allocations, have there been
Oh, I'm not speaking to past allocations, just this one. But thank you for asking. It's a good question.
Paul?
do we have an answer to that, maybe?
Oh.
Sorry.
Sorry.
In terms of past allocations to this property, past investments in it?
So that I am hearing another
what am I
source
hearing?
of audio somewhere.
Roger, I'm
somewhere.
sorry, could you mute your audio, Roger?
Can you mute Roger?
Roger, could you mute your audio? We think we're hearing a TV or something. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I don't hear anything else. Okay, yes.
There's trying to figure out what this echo is.
Keep working on it.
But so that's a good question, and thank you so much for asking. I think there's a number of comments that I'd make, but just in the simplest respect, I've certainly never seen a calculation that for substantially less than this investment here, we could build many, many more units of affordable housing. Indeed, this project that BCDC is currently undergoing on the property at 154, 156 Boylston, that is the product of decades of deferred maintenance that were necessary and had not been performed. It's also a result of a deep energy retrofit. The funding for which to replace the heating and cooling systems came from the Biden administration and was a one-time opportunity that BCDC took advantage of. So the total cost of the preservation and rehabilitation of these units is higher as a result of removal of the prior heating systems and the installation of heat pumps, new insulating windows, and the rest of it, which is funded by clean energy programs. So I would say it's the number one, the calculation that we presented to the Housing Advisory Board and reviewed with Roger. Roger and I think spent, I'm not going to guess, Roger, but somewhere up north of 4 hours on the phone over the past couple of months, and talked extensively about the ways to do this project and mindful, of course, of the increased costs. But I would just note that this project is not a simple renovation project as such for an affordable unit. It also is overlaid with the additional one-time availability of climate funding.
Good point.
Paul?
Yep. Did you want to follow up?
No. I just said Dave made a good point.
I want to just affirm what John is saying, right? When things like this come to us, it would be really helpful for us to get a number of pieces of information, including what's the total cost of the project, where's the money coming from, how much is from CIP and other sources, and then what is the total cost per unit that it is costing Brookline, all money, versus whatever the benchmark is that we try to guide these decisions. But I think it's a really valid point, John. I'm glad you raised it.
Thank you.
Okay, unless there are any other comments or questions, I'd like to move approval of items 6B through 6P. David?
So
I knew you would.
I have questions on other items. It's brief, though. So on 6...
By the way, David, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So on 6D and 6E, which are both sidewalk repairs, I noticed that the bids came back in very wide ranges. where for 6D, and this can be found on page 25 of our materials, the lowest bid was 448,000, the highest was almost 814,000. And then for 6E, the range was 710,000 all the way up to almost 1.1 million. And I'm just wondering, is there any qualitative difference between these bids? Because this is a very wide range.
Dan, maybe you want to take that? Thank you.
It's in our packets.
Hi, Dan Murphy, Director of Engineering and Transportation. We often see pretty wide ranges, and it depends on the contractor, how hungry they are. Sometimes they'll put in bids that just are higher, and if they get lucky, they might get it. But it's fairly normal to see that, and we see that among a lot of our bidding. Sometimes it depends. Sometimes you'll see some tight ones, but a lot of times there's a big range.
But in terms of project scope, these bids were identical?
Oh, I mean, it's a bid, it's a spec, so they're bidding all bidding the same thing.
All right.
All right.
And in terms of the reputation of the companies that place bids, they were all reasonable?
Yeah, we always check to make sure that, it's always bidders, if we found a bidder that we checked and didn't find did good work, and check their references, but we always check, and most of them are always contractors that we've worked with.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, can we vote?
Yeah, are we voting on all together? Or-
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Including the two proclamations that were read earlier.
All right.
So all in favor of items 6B through 6P, is it P? Yes. Please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, next, we have a boards and commissions interview. And that is an interview for the Brookline Commission on Disability, Inga Formenti. Is she online, or she's in the audience? Please come up and talk to us. So as I've said many times in the past, what we're looking for when we're interviewing candidates is things like, does the applicant have the skills and background that's required to be successful on, in this case, the Disabilities Commission? Does the applicant have good ideas and perspectives on the work of the commission? Does the applicant bring?
Wherever you'd like, you can. That's okay. You can sit here if you prefer, or you can stand at the podium.
Okay. Does the applicant bring relevant diversity to the public body to ensure that all communities and perspectives are represented in the work of the public body? And I think most importantly, can the applicant work effectively and respectfully with other members of the public body and with town staff that will be working with the public body? So with that sort of preface, please introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested in being a member of the Disabilities Commission.
My name is Inga. Here we go again.
It's not you, it's me.
Oh,
We've been having a lot of problems today.
so exciting. My name is Inga Formenti. I moved to Brookline 3 years and 3 months ago, from North Carolina, from Kentucky, from California, from Ohio, from Michigan. So I'm pretty familiar with how they do it in many places. I've had a really miscellaneous career. I started as a librarian for the State Library of Michigan, which also included at the time the National Library Services for the Blind and Physically Handicapped. I think at the time it was just the National Library Services for the Blind. Now it's the National Library Services for the Blind and Print Disabled. So progress has been made. From there, I moved to California as part of my family life and ended up working for Hewlett-Packard as a librarian. As part of that, I became actually one of the founding members of the company's Managers of Disabled Employees group and helped work on the post-offer pre-employment physical process. At the time, HP had 140,000 employees, about 40,000 of them in the California Bay Area, and probably another 30,000 in the rest of the country. From there, thanks to Silicon Valley economy, I ended up in Kentucky where I worked for 10 years for the American Printing House for the Blind. I did a number of things there. My primary one, I was part of the 800 number. I did information and referral, which I was very proud of. Sorry, I was just talking about it the other day to someone, and one of the questions I got oftener than I would like is I would get calls from parents of children who had brain tumors, and many times brain tumors in children affect the optic nerves or the function of the optical centers of the brain, and it would be my responsibility to welcome them, if you can call it welcoming, to yet another system, the blindness system, and hopefully get some useful information to them, some educational materials for as long as their child is able to participate in the school system, and so forth. I also worked with what you might call celebrities. I'm sure you know who they are, blind performance celebrities out there, and they would call us for materials because we were the central clearinghouse for Braille and large print materials in the United States. We have had a database called the Louis database, which is still there, which is free for the public to use to find materials that have been produced in various accessible formats. Now there's an electronic format as well, which is excellent. Let's see. Then, after I retired, we ended up in North Carolina. Louisville, Kentucky is kind of a squirrely place to live. Let's just say quality of life was declining as they kept paving more and more of the city to less and less good effect. And there I was a poll worker for 8 years. I came here. I'm a poll worker again. I'm also a member of the, as John Van Scoyac knows, the Age-Friendly Cities group. And I'm relatively late in life to disability myself. My husband of almost 30 years was blind from birth, and I was active in blindness issues during his lifetime of various sorts. And sort of overlapping with age-friendly cities, a number of the issues that were coming up, well, yes, there's a designation, this is an age-friendly business, but I use many of those businesses. Some of them are old favorites of mine. Okay. But they may be age-friendly, but they're not necessarily disability-friendly. And knowing that Brookline was a town that did things, unlike other places I've lived, I just wanted to be part of that. And I think it was the MBTA actually coughing up money to make the T stations accessible that got me really interested, because before it was like, yeah, if I'm going somewhere, I look on the map and I say, what's the closest T station? My next question is that T station accessible? Which many of them weren't. And as a result, I've never been to Cleveland Circle or any of the businesses around there because it's such a pain in the butt on the T and there's no bus.
Okay. Let us ask you a few questions.
Sure.
To get a sense of what you would like to bring to the Disabilities Commission. I see you've been in a lot of states in the country. I mean, is there anything that you've learned from what they do or what people do in other states that would be helpful here in Brookline? Ideas that you can sort of steal from them and give to us?
Well, one thing I've learned, it's a negative thing, and I'm sure you're familiar with the phenomenon, is nothing is done until something awful happens. And I would like not to see anything awful happen. And one thing a news story you may, how could you not remember, a few months ago, an elderly woman was thrown off a bus, basically, in Boston because she happened to have a shopping cart, but she could have just have been me with my walker, because there is an issue on the T. The T has been working its butt off and doing a pretty good job of becoming accessible. But everybody has been ignoring the real elephant in the room, which is shopping carts, which I brought up at the meeting today, John. And nobody really realizes what a freaking traffic jam you can have on the 66 bus when you have 4 people with big shopping carts and 1 or 2 people with walkers or even a wheelchair just trying to get off or on the bus. And when when the woman in Boston was thrown off the bus, I was like, yeah, I've seen crowds be very accepting and pleasant. I've also seen crowds be somewhat hostile, and I've seen crowds be pretty hostile to someone who's blocking the way. And so that's an example of how not to deal with things, essentially. But Brookline offers forums, the likes of which I have never seen any place I've ever lived. And part of it is because of the way Massachusetts does its governance. If this were in Orange County, North Carolina, you would have Orange County, you would have Chapel Hill, or you would have the Chapel Hill and Carrboro School District, etc. So there are all sorts of layers of governance. Here, it's all in one spot, which just blew the socks off me when I first moved here. I go, well, what about the county?
Okay.
Oh, he laughed.
You don't want to talk about the county.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Okay.
And in Kentucky, it was the same way, only different. So that, I think, is one of the strengths Brookline has, is it's one-stop shopping, essentially. And not only that, but the departments talk to each other.
Okay. Let's ask or allow other select board members to ask questions, so.
Sure.
Okay. Michael.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your application. I'm particularly intrigued by your the work that you've done on the age-friendly cities and the commonalities that you have identified between the needs of that community and the needs of the disability community. So I'm wondering, in this era of always looking for more efficient forms of government and things that we can do that help multiple constituencies, whether you see your role on those two bodies being in any way complementary, or that there are opportunities to bring those two groups together for more effective advocacy or outcomes.
I was a little surprised at the beginning because there wasn't much overlapping because of the issues that were on the table. But as time has gone on, what that group does is they bring in other departments to talk about things like sidewalk repairs. And was it last month or the month before, they were talking about there's a new technology for dealing with the irregular, the sidewalks that aren't level, where they basically saw one off and give a rather comfortable mound, as opposed to before where they just kept adding asphalt, and you had this little mountain you had to navigate over. And that was, that was very relevant to all of us. And when they talk about Parks and Recreation comes in and gives a talk about an event, they will address issues like, is there going to be a lot of handicap parking? Is there going to be a place for the Ubers and the lifts to drop people off and things like that? So they are already bringing people in response to issues.
Thank you.
David.
I noticed on your resume that you also worked in business security systems, and that makes me curious. Do you look at the purview of being on the Disability Commission as more of a physical accessibility issue, or do you have a more expanded vision about anything really that can impact that population, whether it's physical or something from the virtual world?
Well, as a person who's using this and will probably eventually end up in a wheelchair, the physical access is super important. I mean, that's pure quality of life. However, as a librarian who is also an information and referral person and who also did databases, information is vital, especially in today's world. There's accessible technology that people could be unaware of. There are systems relating to certain things like rehabilitation and whatnot that many people don't know about. There's funding, for instance. The laws are different now, and I haven't dealt with it, but in my daughter's time, there was a disabled child, depending on the disability, of course, could receive SSI and potentially Medicare, depending on family funding, from birth, which a lot of people don't know. When they struggle, when they have a special needs child, to get what they need to give the child a chance to grow and develop and have a normal life. And I don't know, having not directly had someone involved, how the school system and the social workers handle that in Brookline. It sounds like they're doing a pretty good job, but there's always room for improvement there because systems overlap, technologies overlap. They're all distinct systems, but you've got to know how to work them in order to maximize your benefits.
Thank you. Any other questions? John?
Well, I just want to make the comment as someone who has had the pleasure and the privilege of serving on the Council on Aging, but also on the Age-Friendly Cities Committee, where Inga is a member. I think you said you've been here 4 years in Brookline, right? I mean, you're
3 years, 3 months.
Yeah, she's such an outstanding example of someone who, you know, comes to a place that's new to her and then immediately plunges into showing up at the Council on Aging, showing up at the Age-Friendly Cities Committee, and always with something to contribute, you know, as we all witnessed tonight. So I don't want it to go to your head and, you know, so I'll stop there, but thank you for what you're doing. As you know, to some of us like me, to have been here for only 3 years still feels like you're a newcomer, but you sure have plunged into a lot of activity in Brookline, and that's a great thing.
Oh, Brookline feels like home.
Good.
And I want to keep it that way for as many people as I can.
Good, good.
Okay, thank you, John. Okay, we will be making the appointments to the Disabilities Commission at a later meeting, but I appreciate your application and your very informative discussion before the board here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, MWRA sewer bond. Question of approving the MWRA financial assistance and loan agreement package to fund the town's water and sewer system, and authorizing the town administrator and director of finance to sign and execute the agreement on behalf of the town. So before we start, I want to say that each select board member should have read through the bond documents, particularly the certificate for the $773,000 bond and for the $2 million bond, in which we certify various things related to the bonds. And Lincoln provided us with a memo listing the facts that we are certifying and certifying to us that those facts are all true. And I think it's important for us to know that and to also know that we can and we do rely on that certification by Lincoln, and that we can reasonably rely on the expertise that the treasurer and others represent in putting the bonds together in compliance with all applicable laws and regulations. Reasonable reliance requires, however, among other things, that we have read and asked questions about anything that we don't understand, which, you know, we should do here at tonight's meeting. And I think that's important because, you know, we're signing our lives away in a certain sense, or we're signing, certifying very, very important and significant things. And we can't do it without really understanding what it is we're certifying to, and whether, you know, we have to know ourselves, you know, the particular facts, or whether we can rely on other people, the experts in our town departments and others. So with that, Lincoln, tell us what
Thank
we're
you,
doing
Chair Green.
tonight.
Yeah, no, and thank you for bringing that up. As you say, these are important things that we are certifying to, and I appreciate you bringing everybody's attention to it. And obviously, very happy to answer any questions that the board may have about what you're certifying and what you're attesting to. As Chair Green mentioned, what you have before you is what has become the town's annual borrowing. We've consolidated it to do both the water and sewer borrowing from the MWRA at the same night each evening for efficiency's sake. And what is before you are those two borrowings. One for the sewer system, in particular to reduce inflow and infiltration in the town sewer system. As Chair Green mentioned, this is a $3.1 million award, of which 75%, $2.3 million, is a grant, and the remaining $773,000 is a no-interest loan. And then the remaining, the other $2 million proposed borrowing is for the town's water system to remove the remaining lead service lines within the town's water system, the service lines between the water main and businesses and homes. So, as the chair said, there are a series of documents that you're signing, and of which 2 of them are certifications with this list of certifications of facts that myself, the board, and where appropriate, the town clerk are attesting to. So happy to answer any questions about that, or I know the Water and Sewer Division lead, Jay Hersey's online to answer any specific questions about the projects.
Great. David, do you have your...
Yes, I have a couple questions. So not to knock the proverbial gift horse in the mouth, I'm a little curious about the generous terms, as he put it in the memo. What is the MWRA getting out of that?
Well, I think, I know Jay may have more to say on it, but certainly with the inflow and infiltration, a reduction in the amount of material that's going through its plant out at Deer Island. And I think that's in the interest of the whole system. And I don't know if, Jay, you want to add anything as to that question?
He should be able to. He's co-host.
Could you try to speak louder?
Is there any way to turn him up? Is that us or him?
Or turn up your mic? No.
Barely.
Whatever issue.
Okay, we'll be quiet and listen.
We'll read the transcript.
Oh, that's an idea.
You can't get a better deal than that. I hope that answers your question, and hopefully you can hear me.
Yep.
Much better all of a sudden.
Yes, thank you. Another question I have, it's a bit specific, but Section 18, the equal employment opportunity, I'm just curious about how these benchmarks were determined in terms of the minority workforce hour goal of 15.3% and for a female 6.9%. Are those just common numbers for categories in these types of agreements, or how is that determined?
That's a good question, and I think that's in all of the MWRA loan applications. So it's something that they set, and we're required when we put it out to bid to make sure it's clear to the prospective bidders that they're going to have to abide to those conditions.
All right, thank you.
Michael.
I have a question about something you said earlier, that this was something that we do annually. And I realize that these are 10-year bonds, so with equal amounts over 10 years. Have we been doing this for more than 10 years? So are there other bonds that are rolling off as these are rolling on?
Yes, they do come off, after we pay them in full. And this program, at least on the sewer side, is part of a 16-year program, and we anticipate wrapping it up in 2032. So, roughly halfway through the program. So some of the money that we have been borrowing is coming off. But yeah, we continue to accrue some debt, but it's so worth it in the long run. We're going to get a tight system. Not only is it a tight system, but it's also protecting the asset. Lining and sealing the manholes just extends the life of the asset much longer than you would by not doing any preventative maintenance or rehab work.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Well, seeing none, we can move to our votes. Ready? Okay. I'm not going to read the entirety of the vote language in our packet, but the operative parts. And if bond counsel, who I assume is listening in, objects, they can say so. The total language is in our packet, in the materials in our packet. If people want to read them in more detail, and the things I'm leaving out are basically the numbers, the annual payments that we're going to be making under the bonds. So first, I move approval of the sale of the $773,000 sewer bond of the town dated March 16, 2026 to the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority, payable in the principal amounts and in the years stated in the vote language in the Select Board's publicly available packet of materials for this meeting. And we're going to actually sign the bond later on this evening. So all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, next, I move approval.
Very briefly.
Yes.
Just a friendly reminder to everyone to please sign on your way out to make sure we can get these to the appropriate parties tomorrow. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
These are promissory notes, not us promising, but the town promising, payment, with the bonds. So next, I move approval of the sale of the $2 million water bond of the town dated March 16, 2026, to be payable without interest on February 15 of the years and in the principal amounts stated in the vote language in the Select Board's publicly available packet of materials for this meeting. Any questions? I guess not. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, I move that the Select Board authorize the town treasurer or other appropriate town official to execute on behalf of the town a loan agreement and a financial assistance agreement with the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority with respect to each of the foregoing bonds. Unless there are any questions, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Finally, I move approval of the following in accordance with the vote language in the Select Board's publicly available packet of materials for this meeting. 1, that any certificates or documents relating to bonds may be executed in several counterparts, each of which shall be regarded as an original and all of which shall constitute one and the same document. 2, that all action taken to date by the town and its officers and agents to carry out this financing, including the execution of any applicable agreement by the treasurer or any other official of the town, are hereby ratified, approved, and confirmed. And 3, that each member of the Select Board, the town clerk, and the town treasurer be and hereby are authorized to take any and all actions and execute and deliver such certificates, receipts, or other documents as may be determined by them or any of them to be necessary or convenient to carry out or to carry into effect the provisions of the foregoing votes. All in favor, please indicate by, or any questions about that? No. Okay, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And those are our votes. We have approved the bonds, and we will sign them.
Thank you.
Later on tonight.
Thank you.
I have
Thank you, Lincoln. Yes.
one question, Chair. There's also a
Thank you.
grant as part of this arrangement. Are we going to accept that grant at a later point, or have we already done that, or do we need to do that?
You're accepting the grant as part of the award in the award document.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, boards and commissions, annual reports. Presentation of the Zero Emissions Advisory Board, their annual report to the Select Board. Who is going to be doing that? Okay. Come up, introduce yourself, and tell us about ZIAB.
Okay.
We need a bigger podium.
Let's see if this works. Something's going to fall. Good evening. I'm Nick Caramello.
Right into the mic.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Nick.
Good morning. I'm Nick. Good evening. I'm Nick Caramello, Chair of ZIAB, and I'm here to do the annual report for the Zero Emissions Advisory Board.
Great, thank you.
More into the microphone?
Yeah, real close. Yeah.
I'm too tall.
Yeah.
Do you have a presentation?
Can you put your computer on top of whatever else is there?
Well, it's more just his closest to the mic. He can't.
Oh, yeah, if you put the computer down on the bottom, you may be able to.
He has slides. We don't.
I sent the slides in. Actually, Alexandra sent them in.
In the packet.
The packet.
Yes.
So because they weren't separated, it's not loaded on that laptop. We can't share his laptop.
Okay, that's fine. But you have access to it? Can you walk
Can
him
you
through
lift
it?
it up? No? Okay.
Hold on, let me,
I could try to
me to-
share it.
here, I can,
It's in the packet,
I can pull it up on the presentation station if you
page
want.
145 of the packet.
I've got it. I can share it.
Just looking out for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
As always.
Share my screen. Could you promote me?
Sure.
Sorry. Okay. No. There we go. All right. That's full screen. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So if you can move to the agenda slide, please.
Sure.
We're just going to go through, this is the agenda for today, just to go through some our status, major initiatives, policy achievements, some challenges, and just looking ahead. And we'll have some time for questions at the end if you would like. Let's move into the status slide. Last year we welcomed 3 new members, Bill Heineman, Patricia Correa, and Alan Leviton, who brought valuable focus in transportation, municipal law, and regulatory matters and engineering, respectively. Yes, I'll try. The Sustainability Division also welcomed some new members. Shelley Dean, who started in June of 2025 as Deputy Director. Program Manager Katie Weatherseed, who started September 2025. And we also welcomed, I think, Caroline Stout, is that right? In December as a Community First Partnership. So it was a year of growth for both the Sustainability Division and also for ZIAB. And it's really important for us because I think we had struggled in past years to make progress without staff support. It's been very helpful to have additional members on the board. Next slide. Our major initiatives for last year, we went through a large process for the Climate Action and Resiliency Plan. The resiliency portion of this is not really a ZIAB focus, but we participated in the whole process. There was substantial outreach to the community, which was led by the Sustainability Division. ZIAB's role was largely an advisory role. We helped develop a prioritization framework, which has been used to prioritize the goals, strategies, and actions in the CARP, which is now in draft format, and which has been transitioned to the Sustainability Division for their ownership so that they can take it from here and use that framework to prioritize both current efforts, but also future efforts as the sort of zero emissions arena changes, which is changing quite quickly. The other big effort for this last year was we presented last year that we were going to focus on two things as initiatives, one of which was municipal solar, and the second thing was Birdo. The municipal solar initiative was interesting and as a roller coaster for last year. It started as a ZIAB initiative where we looked at and analyzed municipal solar and how it could be an effective tool for both reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, but also a tool for making the town money. Through the year, with a lot of advocacy from specifically Sergio Modigliani, and then at the end of the year, as part of the future subcommittee to the Expenditures and Revenues Committee, we managed to move the solar initiative from a very theoretical thing to a plan which the Sustainability Division and DPW put together, which has two tracks: a near-term ITC capture track. So the ITC is going away very soon, by December 2027, and we will be able to ideally capture some portion of the ITC that will help pay for the solar that we'll put on our roofs, which will in turn help pay for electricity in the town of Brookline. It will also obviously help us with our zero emissions goals. There's a second track, which is a longer term expansion.
Excuse me, I don't like acronyms. ITC means investment tax credit.
Investment tax credit, yes, that's right.
I was going to say that.
And if I'm speaking too quickly, let me know. I just don't want to take up more than 5 minutes. There's a long-term expansion. So as part of this effort, this plan that town put together, we're looking at planning and sequencing for 17 additional sites. And that's something that will be happening next, or starting now, but going into next year. I think we had some working groups established. So we were planned to establish a residential working group and a commercial working group. We successfully established the residential working group, although we had to wait for the Community First Energy Advocate to join. So we really had the first meeting of that in January of this year. We established a Birdo working group, which is a precursor to the commercial working group, for deep analysis of Birdo and to look into that and to determine whether or not that was something that the town should do. Next slide. Policy achievements and key votes. So policy achievements, and to be clear, these are mainly driven by the Sustainability Division. We have a municipal decarbonization roadmap adopted, a zero emissions vehicle policy adopted, Washington Street Complete Streets supported, and climate leaders applications submitted. I don't know if we've heard yet. We have not. We had 10 key votes, 10 substantive votes were taken, 6 directed towards the select board. Next slide. Challenges and lessons learned. One of the votes we directed towards the select board was not taken up by the select board, principally because it was not a town-specific policy. It was more of a state policy. We should probably not have made that vote. I have since then established regular communication with Tommy Vitola to just kind of check in on state initiatives and policies to make sure that we have some coordination. The Mass Save programs face legislative challenges, and we had a vote go forward on that. And we had a challenge with the December GSEP vote, which required a special board meeting of the select board on December 23rd, which we thank you for. Apologies that we did not have better visibility into that. The other challenge was Birdo complexity. There was some concern from the community. There was a lot of complexity around Birdo, and it was a great learning, but it was a challenge.
Nick, can you take a couple seconds to explain what Birdo is?
Yes, so
Thank you.
Birdo is the Building Emission Reduction Ordinance that has been implemented by principally Boston, Cambridge, also additionally by Newton in a lesser form, and some other municipalities. The goal of Birdo is to have a alternative compliance payment for buildings that do not meet environmental standards. And there are sort of three categories of buildings that are generally looked at, one of which is commercial buildings, one of which is large residential buildings, and then kind of everything else. And each town has taken a different approach. Each town and city has taken a different approach to those. And so what we did in the burden analysis is we looked at what was appropriate for a town like Brookline, what might be politically acceptable, what the impact would be from an environmental perspective, what the costs might be. And we used that initiative as a template for the prioritization framework to better understand how that could be applied to other initiatives. Was that helpful? Okay. And then the final challenge is a very obvious one, which is the investment tax credits are expiring. We are trying to take what advantage we can, and again, we thank the Sustainability Division and the DPW for working with us on the Municipal Solar Initiative. Looking ahead to 2026, we are looking at the CARP finalization and adoption. We had a draft sent out recently, and it's in good shape, I think. Once that is out, we'll obviously be working on those CARP goals, strategies, and actions. I would note it's a 10-year plan. We have 3 different tiers of goals, strategies, and actions. The intention is over the next 10 years that we should be able to hit all 3, so all of the items in there, but we're trying to prioritize those that we can hit first because they're more important based upon the framework. But we also recognize that we might not be able to get to some of them, so we may in fact start picking things from tier 2 or tier 3 as appropriate. The other things we'll be focusing on are the municipal solar implementation, although that's mainly in the hands of the Sustainability Division and DPW, and probably more looking at the track to municipal solar planning and community engagement. We'll also be continuing to work on the residents working group and try and evolve the commercial working group into, trying to start the commercial working group evolving from the Bordeaux working group. And then we can go to discussions and questions. Before any discussion or questions, I do have a very long narrative which I've put together, which I didn't send out with the packet, but I will be sending out if anyone wants to read it. So if any of your questions are not answered, they will probably be answered in that packet. So,
thank you. David.
So you talked about that one of the goals was to take full advantage of the Inflation Reduction Act incentives. Now, my understanding is that originally, so that included a 30% residential tax credit on solar. It was initially set to expire in 2032 when the Big Beautiful Bill, as it's called, passed. That moved the expiration date to December 31st, 2025. So we're already past that expiration date. So were there additional grants that were sought?
That was for residential. So we're looking at, I think, for the town, we have 2 dates. We have any project placed in service by July 3rd or something of this year would be eligible.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to hit that date. Not placed in service, where the project has started. So that would include basically making a commitment to someone who is going to do the project, a financial commitment. Or projects which are completed by December 31st, 2027 will be eligible for between 30 and 40%, depending upon the source of the solar panels.
And that's specific to commercial?
The town can take advantage of it.
The town.
Is the important part.
All right.
And that is part of the plan that the Sustainability Division put together for this year, the phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 is trying to take advantage of those credits and save the town some money, get some federal funding.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Can I just?
Sure.
Nick, first, thank you so much. Is this your first or second time in front of us? Second.
It's my second time.
It's your second time.
Yeah.
Well done. Yeah. Very efficient. So just to be clear, we started Bordeaux, investigated, and then we're not going to pursue it. Is that my read of this?
I think it's unfortunately
Pause, yes.
a bit more complicated than that. Bordeaux turned out to be priority 2, so it's not in the top tier of things that we would focus on.
Okay.
This is a 10-year plan where we hope to hit everything in the CARP, which would include Bordeaux.
Yeah.
When the city of Boston started their Bordeaux initiative, it took years for them to get it moving forward. So it's not an overnight thing. It's
a
not
heavy
like
lift,
something
yeah.
we switch on. If we look at out 10 years and we try and kind of work back from that 10-year period and we say we want to have something like Bordeaux in place, it is likely that we need to start working on it in the next couple of years in some form.
And to be clear, what Bordeaux, I know you explained it, but in simple terms, Bordeaux places a requirement on large buildings.
Either large
to-
commercial
Yep, or
large residential
Yep.
or everyone.
And they have to measure their energy consumption.
Right.
And at some point, they start getting dinged for not reducing their energy consumption, correct? Essentially.
That is a flavor of it, yes.
Okay.
So I think what Ziab determined was that we would likely recommend something which focused on commercial buildings first, because that's what everyone else has done. And we also were looking at ways to incentivize people to do things in other ways.
We don't need to dig into it. I just wanted to make
Yep.
sure that it's a tier 2, so it's.
It is a tier 2.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, no other questions? Thank you, Nick, for presentations, very informative. We need to know what ZAB's doing. Thank you.
I'll send out the longer narrative, and if you want to get to sleep, you can read it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will need it.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have grant of location, a grant of location for the MBTA. And I have to read some stuff. The next items on tonight's agenda relate to the MBTA Green Line C Branch Accessibility Project along Beacon Street. The MBTA is working to upgrade several stations in Brookline to meet ADA accessibility requirements. The Select Board approved amended grants of location for 2 stations earlier this fall. And tonight, we are considering the remaining 5 stations that require amended grants of location in order to construct the accessible platforms and related improvements. The board received a full project presentation from the MBTA on February 24th, and the Transportation Board reviewed the plans on February 25th and voted in support of the parking and lane reduction required for the project. This evening, the Select Board will consider 3 related items. We will have a public hearing and possible vote on the amended grants of location. We will also address supporting Transportation Board direction to staff regarding the U-turn movement near Hawes Street. And we will discuss a memorandum of understanding between the MBTA and the town. So, let's start off with the first item, which is the public hearing on the MBTA's request for amended grants of location for the following station: Hawes Street, St. Paul Street, Summit Avenue, Brandon Hall, Fairbanks, and Dean Road. And we'll start with a presentation from the MBTA describing the requested grants of location. Who wrote this?
Good evening. I'd like to thank the Select Board for having the MBTA again. I'm joined by Gwen Dunn-Levy, Deputy Chief of Integrated Transit Programs, who is leading the Green Line program and this project's construction. It's very exciting to be here this evening for a critical milestone to get the C Branch fully accessible. Tonight, we're seeking an amendment to the grant of location, as was discussed. This is a grant of location that dates back to 1897 and allows for the C Branch to operate today and will allow us to modernize the C Branch going forward. We'll cover the stations that are being improved, the timeline, and provide a recap of our recent work with Brookline's various boards and committees.
Excuse me, and could you identify yourself for the record?
Thank you. Got ahead of myself. My name is Matt Conover. I happen to also
Thank
be a
you,
Brookline
Mike, for
resident
remembering.
and do work for the MBTA. Maybe I'll walk home tonight because it's a pretty nice night. So, as I was saying, tonight we will seek that amendment to the granted location. We'll cover the stations that are being improved, the timeline, and provide a recap of our recent work with Brookline's various boards and committees. We'll conclude by detailing a specific amendments to that granted location. So currently there are 9 inaccessible stations on the C branch. This project will upgrade all of those stations by widening and raising the platforms to accommodate mobility devices, by removing platform obstructions, installing platform lighting and signage, and upgrade pedestrian crossings to the platforms. As part of this project, we'll combine Brandon Hall and Fairbanks Street into a single station that will accommodate the new Type 10 trains and will allow them to serve all the stations along the line. We will also close Kent Street Station due to its proximity to Hawes Street. Pardon me. So those issues that I described on the stations are shown here on the screen. You can see that there's limited protection from traffic. Stations are overcrowded. Platforms are narrow. We have limited wayfinding and steep slopes. There are also various issues with obstacles in the way, such as poles and trees, and then the lack of lighting. And as I mentioned, we would address those. I feel like this is the wrong deck here. Excuse me, I apologize to the board. This is the incorrect deck. I can give that one again, but it is pretty long. This is not right either. We can do it without a deck too. It's going to be harder for your part.
I don't think so. All right.
We have the deck in our packet.
Quest for me.
We have your.
Let's try this one.
Oh, see, I'd be lost without Gwen. Thank you, Gwen. Is the screen sharing here, though? No. No.
Want to use another lifeline with Gwen, or?
Definitely. Always stay humble when it comes to technology. I saw the audio stuff. I didn't say anything. All right. Here we go. Now we're on track. So this project is the result of extensive collaboration between the MBTA and the town of Brookline. Through numerous engagements with residents, elected officials, and stakeholders, we've developed a project that will deliver significant improvements and minimize impacts. Over the last few weeks, we've secured feedback and support from the Tree Planting Committee, the Commission on Accessibility, the Transportation Board, the Select Board, and the public as we finalized the project design plans. We will return to Brookline in April for a pre-construction meeting, at which time we will describe the actual construction details and plans. The construction will start shortly after the marathon in late April. With the received approval from the Tree Planting Committee and the Select Board, this project will remove 50 young trees and 46 mature trees. This includes the construction of 2 ramps at Brandon Hall, which is required for equal access and compliance with accessibility laws. The MBTA has set aside dedicated funding which will be used to replant 98 trees along the Beacon Street corridor. Any remaining funds that are available will be used for additional trees at the town's discretion. With the received approval from the Transportation Board, the project will update 5 crosswalks, 11 track crossings. We will retain all existing accessible parking spaces, but we will remove 22 parking spaces, 2 angled spaces, and 20 parallel spaces. And along Beacon Street eastbound, 1 lane will be removed at Hawes Street to accommodate the new station and the accessible curb. At the direction of the Transportation Board, Brookline Town staff will conduct a traffic analysis to investigate the best use of the remaining lanes and how to provide access in that area. So with that summary, I will provide the technology to Gwen, who is obviously much better at it than I.
Thank you, Matt. My name is Gwen Dunleavy. I'm the Deputy Chief of Integrated Transit Programs. I oversee the Green Line Transformation Group, which manages a holistic group of projects modernizing the Green Line. I'm sure I'm familiar to a lot of you
already, as I've done a few of these presentations, but we're going to go through and look at the details of the different grants locations at the various stations that we're discussing today, starting with Dean Road. As Matt mentioned, the existing grant location dates back 130 years to 1897 when it was signed. That grant location was pretty simple. It granted the MBTA 20 feet of space in the center of Beacon Street to run the trains back and forth. It encompasses basically just the tracks. It has not been amended since then, so all of the stations that currently exist are not in a grant of location. Shown on this slide, we have that 20-foot strip in purple, which is labeled here, as well as the locations of the existing platforms and their sizes. The other thing that we highlight here is the existing shelter. At a number of stations, including this one, there are existing similar to bus-style shelters that are going to be removed by this project, and new shelters will be added to the various platforms with this project. Moving on to the proposed additions to the grant location, shown here blue. We will be asking for grants location at the two new station platforms west of Dean Road, both for the inbound and outbound. Both of these are about 2,000 square feet, a little less, and encompass the station platforms and their walkways. Moving to our last slide on Dean Road, we highlight both those same grant locations with the existing in purple and the amended grant location in blue, along with pointing out the 4 walkways leaving the station platforms in both directions and the 2 station platforms. One thing people may notice looking at this is that the platform widths are different at different stations. There are 2 main reasons for this. The first is some platforms do have catenary poles. Those are the poles that hold the power wires for the powering the trains, and those cause the platforms to shift a little bit in width. The other is that the tracks are not exactly 20 feet wide, so parts of the grants location in some cases are including part of the platform, and in some cases the tracks are very, very close to the edges of those grants locations, so the platforms appear a little wider, and that is why there's a little variability in platform widths between these different stations. The next up is Fairbanks Street Brandon Hall Consolidated Station, and that will be in the location of roughly the current Brandon Hall station, a little west of that. Here we have our existing grant location again in purple, that 20-foot wide strip where the tracks are located, as well as the 2 existing platforms and the locations of the existing shelters in this area. Looking at our future grants locations, we have the 2 new platforms located close to where Brandon Hall is now, as well as grants locations for the 2 accessible ramps that are being added to on the slopes for people with accessibility needs to be able to make their way down from Beacon Street westbound to Beacon Street eastbound and where the station platforms are. This is because we need to provide equal access for everyone, and as there are 2 stairs to make your way down to the lower side of Beacon Street, we are adding those 2 ramps. Similar to before, we highlight the exact location of those platforms as well as showing the ramps. With the new amended grant location, we are requesting in blue and the existing grant location in purple. Next up, we have Summit Ave, again with that 20-foot strip of purple. That is the existing grant of location, and highlighting the existing shelter and the 2 existing track platforms for the inbound and outbound sides on Beacon Street eastbound and westbound. In this location, the platform will be shifting slightly to the west, specifically the outbound platform will be, while the inbound platform will remain in roughly the same location, although it will be shortened a bit. Here we show the updated grant location that we are requesting with those 2 platforms just east of Marion Street. These are roughly 2,500 square feet and 2,000 square feet for the westbound and eastbound respectively, highlighted in blue. And the final configuration showing the platform width as well as the walkways that will be included, platforms in blue again, and the existing grant location in purple. Next is St. Paul Street, again showing the existing condition with that 20-foot granted location in purple, and the existing platform locations with the existing inbound platform to the west of St. Paul Street and the existing outbound platform to the east, as well as the existing shelter. In the future configuration, both platforms will be to the east of St. Paul Street. A outbound about 1,400 square feet, the inbound about 1,800 square feet, and those are shown in blue. And then moving to our final St. Paul Street slide, we highlight those two platforms as well as the walkways that are included in that granted location, the longer walkways. Kent Street is a little different. As Matt had mentioned, this station will be closed due to its proximity to Hawes and St. Paul. So the existing granted location, as I had mentioned earlier, does not include the existing platform, so there will be no change to the granted location. But at this location and all the other places where we are moving platforms, and we will be leaving behind an area where a platform used to be and there will be no new platform, we will be removing the asphalt of the platform so that trees can be planted, grass can grow, and we will not be making any changes to the granted location in those places, as there's nothing existing. There's nothing to really change at those locations. Lastly, we have Hawes Street, highlighting again that 20-foot strip that is our existing granted location and the two current track platforms as well as the existing shelters at this location. Moving to our requested granted location in blue, we have the inbound and outbound platforms, both around 1,900 square feet, and the final configuration highlighting the 4 walkways to exit the platform and those 2 platforms themselves, all to the west of Hawes Street. To summarize where this all ends up, we have the total square footage of the granted location for each of the 7 stations, as well as Kent Street, which will not be asking for an amended granted location, totaling at about 30,000 square feet total for all 7 of those stations. And with that, I'd like to open it up to any questions anyone may have.
Okay, any questions from the board? I knew you'd have a question.
I actually don't have a question, I have a compliment.
Oh, okay.
Would that be okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Am I authorized to give a compliment?
You're always authorized.
So Michael and I have had the pleasure, it's usually been a pleasure, to work with the MBTA and staff and, committees and Brian. And I was skeptical going into it, I admit, working with the MBTA when I was asked to participate. It's like, what am I getting myself into? But I will say, it's been a pleasure. The willingness of the MBTA to partner. I know it wasn't seen publicly because the public wasn't behind the scenes kind of seeing these things. But you did make a lot of concessions, and you're cooperative. You sometimes begrudgingly made changes, but you made the changes. I think to the benefit of our community, certainly for the benefit of our community. We had an interview tonight for the Disabilities Commission who raised issues of accessibility. It's so important for our community to have accessible transportation and access to the T. But this is coming at a high cost. We don't discount the loss of mature trees, the tree canopy. We are making significant sacrifices to partner with you to grant this location. But I personally think it's worth it. I look forward to the trees growing back and getting bigger, and hopefully we'll leave enough room for them to grow and not have to impede the tracks like they have in the past. But I just want to say thank you to everybody who's been involved. It was a tremendous amount of work to have this get to this point. I just want to assure you, and I've really enjoyed being part of it. So thank you so much.
Okay, any other questions?
We're just discussing 11A at this point?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, if there are no other questions from the select board, let's open up the meeting or the public comment period.
So we have Alyssa P. has signed up. I don't see her online.
She's right.
And you have 2 hands online.
Elisa Plazanja, Precinct 8. 2 weeks ago, you received a petition from 176 Brookline residents asking you to take action on 3 items related to this project for the C line. You declined to act on Brandon Hall Fairbanks, but you didn't respond to the other 2 issues raised in the petition, so I'm here tonight to ask you to respond to them, please. The first was, will you commit to more comprehensive ecological restoration? So this is above and beyond the replanting that the MBTA will be providing. So there are spots along the way that are currently barren. So to the extent that the T is really just replacing what might be lost, will the town of Brookline look to expand the plantings beyond what the MBTA is doing? The second question is, will you ask the MBTA for their commitment that they will not harm any wildlife during this work? This question may be an issue of just clarifying terminology, as the MBTA has stated on the record that they will comply with all state and federal environmental regulations. But it's my understanding that state and federal law does not protect common species such as squirrels and non-migratory birds such as house sparrows and starlings. Since there are 55 mature trees slated for removal, that's including the other 2 stations that you've already approved, it certainly seems quite possible, given that we're entering nesting season and that the work here isn't going to begin until April, that some of these trees may contain nests with baby sparrows, starlings, or baby squirrels. And as a result, merely complying with the law could lead to baby animals being killed if the tree in which their nest is located is removed. Now, I would hope that neither the Select Board nor the MBTA would want any innocent baby animals to be harmed as a result of this project. So will you ask the MBTA for their explicit commitment that no nesting animals of any kind will be displaced or harmed as a result of this work, as we asked you in the petition? Thank you.
There's nothing we can do tonight in response to that, so. Yes, we would. Okay, who's next?
We have Sean Lynn Jones online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I know there are some issues with microphones, and I hope I can be heard, or at least the transcript can be read. I'm Sean Lynn Jones, and I am president of the Brookline Green Space Alliance, and I'm also a town meeting member from Precinct 1. I live at 53 Monmouth Street. It has been difficult to follow this meeting through the multiple means I'm trying to follow it, but I do want to offer a couple of comments. First, thank you to the MBTA for their patience, their presentations, and thank you to all the town staff who've been working on this for well over a year now. I've been particularly concerned about tree loss associated with this project, and I think in every case except for Fairbanks and Brandon Hall, there's been a good compromise to preserve trees, provide the accessibility we need, and improve these stations in many ways. I just want to make a couple of points tonight. I know that item 11C on the agenda calls for a memorandum of understanding. I don't know what that would look like. It doesn't seem to be posted on the website. But I recall when the Select Board previously voted on grants of locations for the Englewood and Tappan stations, John Van Scoyoc suggested that there be a condition that basically called upon the MBTA to adhere to its commitments in return for the town granting the locations. I hope that in the MOU that could be included, as well as perhaps some of the provisions that the previous speaker mentioned regarding the overall ecological restoration here. This is going to be a complicated project with many dimensions. I hope that the trees can be protected where they need to be protected, replanted where they need to be replanted, and additional steps will be taken to manage this from an environmental standpoint. There'll obviously be a lot of transit and traffic and parking impacts during the construction project, which would be covered by the MOU. Now, I'm not sure to what extent this is also a public hearing on the question of the Hawes Street design. which is also on the agenda for this meeting as item 11B. I attended the Transportation Board meeting, I believe on February 25th, and there was a very productive discussion of how to retain that U-turn, inbound U-turn at Hawes Street for the benefit not only of the neighbors, but for other users who needed to turn around without having to go well out of their way. I came away encouraged that the U-turn would be maintained. It's right in my neighborhood. And I hope that that will be possible through staff work to come up with a design that preserves trees, modernizes the station, makes it ADA compliant, and keeps that inbound U-turn in a fairly functional way. So those are my only comments at this point. I've spoken previously, but again, I would like to thank everyone who's worked on this for so long. And I hope that we can still make a little progress on some of the issues that the other speakers have raised and nail everything down in the MOU so that commitments are clear and commitments are respected as this goes forward. And I look forward to seeing the conclusion of this project and the final result. Thank you very much.
Next is Cara Peterson.
Hello. Do you need to have my video on, or is it okay if I stay off video?
It's fine to stay off.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Cara Peterson. I'm a Beacon Street resident who lives between Brandon Hall and Summit Stations. I've also spoken previously, specifically at the last meeting, and I want to state my support for Sean's points and Elisa's request for more specific wildlife protections, and to ask the board to protect existing and nesting wildlife at Brandon Hall and Fairbanks specifically. Elisa asked that you respond to her queries, so I'd like to ask that you also, right now, tonight, respond specifically to her queries, as well as to local residents' petition that we circulated, got quite a few signatures on, and I have not heard addressed by the board. I would really like to hear your thoughts about that and points that you can consider and advance the cause of environmental protections for those specific stations. And also the petition concerns local unhappiness with the removal of the trees at Brandon Hall and Fairbanks Station. I agree that the MBTA has made concessions, but I have not heard from the board any points about the things that we have raised. That's a little disappointing as a local resident. I would like to hear from the local officials about what else can be done to enhance these protections. So thank you very much. I appreciate being heard.
Okay, the board, as a board, will not respond or make commitments. However, individual board members can express their opinions on a variety of subjects as they want.
I can't hear you at all.
Well, pardon me?
I can't hear you at all.
Oh, what's going on here?
We're having audio issues on the Zoom. We encourage folks, if you're having trouble hearing on the Zoom, you can go to BIG's YouTube stream. That should have audio functioning. But again, we're trying to speak into our microphones and be as loud as possible here. And we will do our best to keep up the volume in this room. But if you are having trouble hearing on the Zoom broadcast, please tune in either on your cable channels, if you have cable, to BIG, Brookline Interactive Group, or on YouTube, regardless of where you are. You can access the live stream, and that has audio that is functioning normally, and you should be able to hear the proceedings as they go on. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Well, now we've moved on from the speaker.
Okay. I see Brian Kane had his hand raised. Please go to the podium.
Thank you very much, Brian Kane. I have the great honor to chair the Transportation Board and work with some amazing DPW transportation officials, and due respect, you're pretty persuasive when you need to be, and so I think a lot of the concessions that were made are due in large part to what you yourself and Michael put forward, Paul. So thank you for that. As I mentioned the last time we did this, Brookline has won these negotiations, And it's really important that we not lose sight of what this is. At the end of the day, this is an accessibility project. I mentioned at the last Transportation Board meeting that I actually wrote my graduate school application about making the Sea Line accessible, and that was 20 years ago. I was with a group of folks, some of them were in wheelchairs, some of them weren't, and we were trying to get ourselves back from Washington Square to their hotel. It was a Holiday Inn at the time. Not sure what it's called now. And we had to wait so long to individually crank up that ramp for every single person that a couple of the folks couldn't make it and had some accidents. And it was really robbed them of their dignity. And, I sort of decided then and there that this is something that we needed to do as a society. I didn't live in Brookline at the time. I had no idea I'd be doing this. But look, at the end of the day, this is an accessibility project. We're going to make each of these stations accessible, moving towards having the T being 100% accessible, hopefully in the next decade. It'll be a first for a major public transportation system in the country. And the steps that this town is going through to do its part are incredible and are very important. And I really am grateful to each of you on the dais tonight for doing that and for taking the time to do that. Unfortunately, I have a 9 o'clock meeting for my day job, so I won't be around for the next part. So let me just say real quick about Hawes Street. You saw the language of our vote. We have every intention of retaining the U-turn at Hawes Street as long as it is safe to do so. We have directed staff to look at every single traffic study and do everything that they can think of in terms of signaling, in terms of smart signaling, and in terms of infrastructure to retain that U-turn. And if it is possible to do in a safe way, we will do it. That is the intent, and I think the vote language is really clear on that. So that is a commitment I'm happy to make tonight to you folks. We will retain it if it is at all physically, safely possible to do so. With that, again, Paul, just want to echo your comments. This was a long process, but it was a good process. And I am very grateful to the folks behind me from the T, some of whom I see far too often in other public meetings for this. Brookline does things in a unique and special way, but I think we ultimately get a better product for it. And I think this is a great example of that. So thank you very much, folks.
Thank you.
We have another raised hand.
Okay.
Jocelyn Murphy.
Thank you. This is Jocelyn Murphy. I'm a Precinct 16 town meeting member and a member of the advisory committee, speaking for myself. I would like to reiterate, it's very difficult to hear. And of course, if turning big on doesn't really repair the problem, because then there's an echo. So it has been very hard to hear folks, but I really just want to echo and support what Elisa Plazanja and Kara and Sean said about trees in general, but also about nesting animals, in particular owls and squirrels and the other creatures that live in these trees. It's a tremendous number of trees that are being removed. I 100% support accessibility on the T, but my concern is that a number of citizens have asked meeting after meeting whether the MBTA will take steps to support the animals that are likely nesting in these trees, and really never got an answer. So I respectfully disagree that there's nothing the select board can do. This is a public hearing and there are MBTA folks here, and you can ask them what steps they plan to take to support the wildlife that reside in the trees that are about to be or will be soon cut down. Thank you.
Okay, any more? Okay. And as I said, we will not, as a board, make a commitment, but individual board members, of course, can ask questions and seek answers from the MBTA or others. So.
Thank you, Chair. I hope someone on the board will ask that question.
Okay, well, we'll see if someone does.
I'm going to switch over to big so I can hear you. Thank you.
Someone will ask.
Okay, wait. Anyone else wanting to speak? Okay, I will close the public hearing and ask the board if there are any further comments. I see John had his hand up first.
Yes, well, I think everybody heard the question that Jocelyn asked, so I put that to our MBTA representatives. What is your response to that question?
Well, there were two, to fairness, there was two questions. Right?
Well, Paul, you go ahead and enumerate them
Well, so one was the question about wildlife, and then there was also a question about, I think, some other, green space that could be enhanced, and I believe we probably have a plan for that with some extra tree plantings that we might be able to speak to. But this issue of nesting animals, has this been brought to your attention? Do you have a thought?
We certainly saw, we received a copy, also, I believe the select board, the petition that was mentioned. As the MBTA has stated and was stated here tonight, we do follow all the environmental regulations that we are required to do so. We worked with MassDOT and had environmental biologists come out, assess the situation, give us best practices, tell us what we need to do. And then we will also have an environmental individual from the MBTA will be on site during all of this. Now, can the MBTA guarantee no animal will be harmed in this? We absolutely cannot. I think it's unreasonable to expect that. In fact, not to be facetious, but honestly, people will say we need pest control because of rats whenever we do work. And so we treat, and we know that has a tendency to harm wildlife too. Birds eat the dead rats, and then that has a perpetual impact. So we're being realistic here that we are going to do construction, but we have best practices in place. We have treatments that mitigate that reduce those impacts, but we cannot make the commitment that no wildlife will be harmed. But we can make the commitment that we will work hand in hand with the experts to do it the right way and do it the safest way possible.
Great, thank you.
The shrubs, I'm sorry, I'm calling them shrubs, I shouldn't jump to that thing, but we have committed to the town, we have funding available. If those funds remain after doing the tree planting along Beacon Street that was described, we are happy to plant where the town directs us to do so.
Okay, Michael?
Just following up on the tree question, I know that there's particular concern about nesting periods, and I'm wondering whether you can speak to the schedule of the projects to understand when the trees would be coming down in the course of the projects.
Yeah, it's our understanding, and again, the environmental experts have let us know that the springtime is the peak nesting time. As I mentioned, we would start in that late April period, but I don't mean we're going into full construction at that point in time. We're starting to do some early work. We're doing some site assessments. We're doing some corings. We're figuring out exactly everything that's going on. And so under their guidance, those trees will not come down until later in the project. Now, there may be some trees, small trees without nest in them, that certainly can come down, but we will not take those larger trees with those nests until the environmental regulators tell us that that is safe to do.
Thank you.
Paul?
And I know thanks for the answer. It's very helpful. And I'm not an environmental specialist, neither are you, and I don't think they're here, but do you have a sense at all about what is the regulations or the guidance with respect to, let's say there's a nesting sparrow in a tree that you need to take down? Would you not take that tree down if there was a nest? Do you wait until it's empty? Do we have that understanding of the details?
I don't have those details. As I said, they have a window, and I think they're trying to solve a very large, complex problem by giving us parameters that say that if you do it within this zone, this window, and this time, you're highly unlikely to disturb anything. And so that's what we target. But we can't see every tree, every limb, every branch. Some nests are hidden, so it is impractical. I am sure that certainly if we observed one, we would do whatever we could.
But the intent of the guidance or the regulations is to minimize or not have harm happen.
Correct.
So
To reduce
you're not
the
just
impact to the
you're not just
maximum
taking the tree down without checking and okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
John?
I'm curious about something, and I apologize for not having asked this question earlier in the process. But I visited those two stops just within the past week or so, and at each stop where there is a stair, there is an MBTA. There's a lift for to make it handicapped accessible. But it's obvious that in each case, the lift has been neglected severely over the years, and is in complete state of disuse and probably need of total replacement. Are lifts no longer acceptable under the ADA as providing access?
So those lifts actually came up in my very first meeting when I started working on this project, and those are actually town assets. So I don't have any information about the lifts or when they quit working, but you're correct. They have not worked since I moved here over 7 years ago.
They're town assets.
Correct, as are the stairs.
Yeah.
But no, those lifts, those styles are not considered compliant for ADA purposes simply because they do fail too often. They break down, so that's why the ramps are required. Elevators are allowable, but elevators are much more disruptive and would require more significant construction and tree loss than the ramps do.
Do you have any stations where there are lifts these days?
No.
No. Okay. Interesting. I mean, just in case people are wondering about lifts, We've had one at my church, which has been usable for 20 years. I'm not sure why, they can't be usable. If they're not compliant, if they don't comply, I mean, they don't comply. But, these were not usable, I assume, long before there was a change in the compliance rules, because, they're just all rusted out and, mechanical junk at this point.
Okay,
Bernard, Sarah's raising her hand online.
okay. Sarah? Is she promoted?
Yes.
Hello, I'm the town's ADA coordinator and community relations specialist. I'm also a person who uses a wheelchair. And I can tell you personally, John, that those lifts are not reliable and also very embarrassing to use. People take pictures of me when I'm in those lifts. And then also you have to train staff, and new staff come on all the time, and people don't know how to use them. And I've been stuck in those lifts before. They're not reliable ways to get on and off the T.
Yeah, thank you. And I didn't mean to imply that they should be used if they're no longer sufficient for compliance. On the other hand, I think they're evidence of how what was once deemed, a solution is no longer a solution, and in fact, they haven't even been maintained. So.
Okay. Anything else? So I have a proposed vote. Actually, it's more of a statement, so I'm going to try to create a vote out of it. I'll read the statement first. To deem that public necessity and convenience require granting the MBTA an amended location on Beacon Street in the areas of Hawes Street, St. Paul Street, Summit Avenue, Brandon Hall, Fairbanks, and Dean Road stations for the purpose of operating the so-called C branch of the Green Line, and approve, conditioned on the assurances the MBTA has provided the town during development of the C Branch Accessibility Project, an amended grant of location substantially as shown in the plans and documents provided by the MBTA and filed herewith, with the final plan and language of the location to be developed by the MBTA and approved by the town administrator, and that this amended location shall supersede prior grants of location in substantially the same area of Beacon Street for substantially the same purpose. So, let me turn that into a motion. I move approval of the grants of location as described by the MBTA in its presentation here, and as motivated by the prior statement. At Hall Street, St. Paul Street, Summit Avenue, Brandon Hall, Fairbanks, and Dean Road. And yes.
And does that include the statement you read earlier, conditioned on, with the assurances?
Yeah.
At the end, yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
Erin Jude, Commissioner of Public Works, just wanted to ensure that that includes authorizing the town administrator to sign on behalf of the select board.
Is that in here? Yes.
It was in the motion. It was in what you read.
Yeah. So I'm incorporating that statement into the vote.
Excuse me.
Okay. Next, we'll consider the Hall Street U-turn discussion and a possible vote there also. Is that you, Erin, Commissioner Shute?
Good evening, Erin Chute, Commissioner of Public Works. So we have our sustainable transportation engineer, Dan Martin, online. If you would like him to review the Hawes U-turn with you and the analysis that the town will do. If you heard enough from Chairman Brian Kane in terms of the Transportation Board's vote and the actions that we're going to take and their commitment, then we're open for questions. I know that you have other items on your agenda tonight, so open to your direction. If you'd like a few slides for us to talk about Hawes, we're prepared to do that. If you're comfortable with
the transportation board's vote, those are the actions that we'll be taking.
Well, what do people want to do? I'd like to see your slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we have
Yeah.
Dan Martin will share his screen, and he's staff from our engineering and transportation division. And Dan will have to make sure we can hear
members. So just to go over, the Transportation Board directed us at their last meeting to look at the Beacon Street and Hawes Street station, particularly the eastbound lane configuration. And they wanted us to make a commitment to maintain the U-turn movement by looking at these configurations. And some of them may include at Beacon Street eastbound on Hawes, a shared through U-turn lane and then one through lane. Or another option could be a Beacon Street exclusive U-turn lane and one through lane. Or maybe moving the left turn lane to another intersection like at Kent Street. And what we're going to do is look at those options and then present back to the Transportation Board in the neighborhood the operational changes and the impacts these might have, and we'll select the preferred solution. And then just to kind of outline what this looks like, this is what the current proposed plan looks like. There's 2 through lanes and the U-turn is restricted. And then for the option, we're going to look at if it's a through and left turn lane with a through lane. And then another option could be an exclusive turn lane, but only one through lane. And then this would be an option to relocate a left turn at Kent and Powell. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. And
Any questions, Paul?
I have one comment. I know this came up late as a result of the public comment period, and we heard quite a bit during that time from a couple of speakers, and also in response to the haranguing I got from folks that live in the neighborhood of Amory and Cottage Farm, limiting access. So I just want to thank you for this, and also for the Transportation Board approving, a review of the options to see if we can maintain simplified access to that neighborhood. So I thank you for doing that.
Okay, Michael.
I just have one question in terms of timing. Given the grant of location and the schedule of the T, I'm just wondering what the timing is within DPW or the Transportation Board in terms of doing that evaluation, and what the process will be for making a determination and then acting on that determination.
we're going to be working with our traffic consultant, VHB, and presenting those options. We expect that analysis to take about 2 months. And then we're hoping once the preferred lanes are picked, we'll try and work that into the lane configuration, the paved markings, the signage required, and have that in place before the project's completed.
Okay. Any other questions? And this is not a hearing. Okay, are we ready to vote?
Seems like it.
Okay. So, I move that the Select Board, by its vote, concur with the Transportation Board's instruction to DPW Transportation staff to provide new cross-section lane arrangement options before project completion for eastbound Beacon Street at Hawes, so that the Transportation Board may consider retaining a U-turn option. That clear?
Mm-hmm.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. And finally, item 11C, Memorandum of Understanding with the MBTA. The final item relates to a memorandum of understanding between the MBTA and the town of Brookline. Because Beacon Street includes shared right-of-way areas and overlapping infrastructure responsibilities, the town and the MBTA have been working to clarify responsibilities related to maintenance and operations along this corridor. This agreement established establishes clearer expectations regarding responsibilities for trees and landscaping, street lights and parking meters, sidewalks and related infrastructure, snow removal responsibilities at stations, platforms, and within the right-of-way. The goal is to ensure that both the MBTA and the town have clear operational responsibilities and access for maintenance moving forward. So any discussion of this item, MOU, that's going to be entered into?
Commissioner, you want to talk a little bit about?
Okay, thank you. Erin Chute, Commissioner of Public Works. So as the board knows, the MBTA operates the Green Line within the public's right-of-way under a grant of location and areas around the stations and platforms where our responsibilities naturally meet. Over the course of this project, DPW staff have been working closely with the MBTA's C branch right-of-way and operations teams to improve coordination and day-to-day operations. The MOU is intended to capture those working understandings in writing so that both organizations and future staff have clear guidance moving forward. At a high level, the agreement will clarify that the MBTA is responsible for operation and maintenance of its stations, platforms, track beds, associated station infrastructure, while the town remains responsible for the roadways, sidewalks, drainage, trees, traffic infrastructure, and other municipal assets, parking meters within the public right-of-way. One area we're looking to clarify is snow removal. Snow operations occur simultaneously across all MBTA and town assets, and the agreement will outline which organization clears platforms, ramps, track crossings, public sidewalks, roadway crossings, and connections to the broader pedestrian network and bus stops. And the intent is to ensure that both organizations can maintain their infrastructure efficiently, and the public experiences a continuous and safe, accessible path during winter operations. So the MOU is intended to memorialize certain operational commitments, also associated with the construction of the accessible platforms as that project moves forward. The language of the MOU is currently being refined by town staff working with town council and the MBTA. What we're asking the board to authorize this evening is the ability for the town administrator, in consultation with DPW and town council, to finalize and execute that operational agreements once the language is complete. And this is really intended to be an operational agreement between the two organizations so that our staff on both sides can continue to coordinate efficiently and maintain both the town and the MBTA infrastructure in a clear and consistent way going forward. There have been a lot of improvements in communication, a lot of it brought about because of this project. And so it's really an opportunity for us to put that in writing for clarity for the future.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Are we ready to vote? Michael?
I have a couple of questions. The first, just to clarify, does this MOU cover the C line specifically, or is it broader through the town, given that we have other lines and bus stops, et cetera?
So the C line is unique in that it's our asset with this grant of location sort of down the spine. So the MOU is intended to cover the C line specifically, with the caveat that snow removal will be clarified across town.
Okay. And the second question I have is, in those cases where, for whatever reason, the MBTA needs to replace the C line with bus service along Beacon Street, are those conditions also covered in the MOU, so that responsibility for maintaining those alternative bus stops are maintained in those cases?
So the contacts and the communication will be outlined in the MOU, but we work very closely with the MBTA when they have alternate service, and we will continue to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote. So I'd like to move that the select board authorize the town administrator to finalize and execute the memorandum of understanding with the MBTA regarding maintenance, construction, and operational responsibilities within the Beacon Street Green Line corridor in consultation with Town Council and the Commissioner of Public Works. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. And it's one sort of brief and final comment. I really want to acknowledge the tremendous work that has gone in for well over a year from the Department of Public Works staff. You have staff that are here tonight. You have staff online. They've been incredibly committed to trying to get this right and understand the complexity of all of the issues. I want to thank the Select Board, both Michael and Paul, for your participation as we talked through the various issues, and also for our Chair, Brian Kane of the Transportation Board. And I want to recognize the MBTA staff for the time and care that they've taken to engage with the community here in Brookline, working through a public process along a corridor as visible and historic as Beacon Street is not easy, and their team has put in a great deal of effort to listen, respond, and refine the project. It has been a really careful balance with really thoughtful people for an important project for Brookline. So I thank you for working through this significant project with us, and I want to thank staff from Public Works and from the MBTA. They are all truly remarkable professionals in what they do. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Great.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to propose a 5-minute break.
How about 10?
Or 10?
Oh, no.
Quarter past.
Come on, 5.
Thank you, everyone.
5 should do it.
5 minutes. Wait, okay, wait. You can be late. We'll wait for you. Jazz.
Yeah.
I really kind of don't like this. I'd like to see if you can look at.
happens. I think so, but we're gonna see.
Did you fix the?
Yes. So now this is. Yep. I'm sorry, folks, for your overhearing our testing here. We'll go off mute in a second. So yeah, now I've got them both on DVS receive 1, 2, and 1, 2. Yep. So now let me try. Let me see.
Can we keep our audio off on that?
So yeah, we use this.
Ready? Okay.
We're ready and live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we're back. And the continuation of our meeting. Next item on the agenda is the department budget reviews. Select board members have received a memo that is what was sent to departments to guide their presentations, and is essentially what we should use in guiding our questions. And we've used this in past years. So we're starting off with the select board, and I see Charlie Young is on the screen there. So do you
Good evening, Bernard. Yes, thank you, Chair Green, and thank you, Select Board members and folks online for bearing with us through the audio troubles tonight. It's wonderful to finally hear your voices loud and clear. I'm going to try to be brief tonight. So I'm Charlie Young. I'm the Assistant Town Administrator for Finance, and I have the pleasure tonight of representing the Select Board's office budget for FY27. So hopefully you are all seeing my screen, and what you're looking at here is the budget by the numbers for the Select Board's office. In FY27, the budget is just over $1 million. Most of which is in salaries, is in personnel. The personnel line is increasing with steps, but not shown here is that we are losing our ARPA budget staff and support by the end of FY27. We are taking a reduction in our outside services line item here. That is pretty substantial. That is to help meet the town deficit. There is a slight increase built in here for our boards and commissions software going up. Supplies are level funded in FY27. We do find ourselves transferring money into these accounts out of personnel or other lines that have surplus to meet increasing costs there, but we're holding it steady. Notably, the other category is remaining level as well. This is notable because we're able to retain the Mass Cultural Council Arts Grant matching funds that were added there as part of the last override cycle. Finally, the capital category is increasing just to meet the cost of leased computer equipment. So overall, a very modest increase of 0.3%.
Great, thank you. Any
So-
questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll take questions at the end. We'll
Oh, no,
we'll blow through the
I
slides.
interrupted you. Why don't you continue?
Sure, thanks. The guidance sent out to departments talked about our a few accomplishments from the current fiscal year. Since around the beginning of summertime, we've been working with the select board to develop their roadmap, which is a series of goals and strategies for accomplishing policy objectives over the next few years in town that will be coming together in the next month. We've also been administering the Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee, whose work is concluding very shortly, which has been a significant haul for the office, and I think a good accomplishment. And finally, this hangs mostly on Christina Metcalf's shoulders, the recognition that we received from the Mass Municipal Association for our exemplary annual report. We thank Christina for her work on that. So a few goals for FY27. Namely, this office will be working on implementing the goals and strategies within the Select Board's roadmap. And so we can talk about our long-term goals all we like, but most of those are going to be defined by what comes out of that work product. And so we'll be spending a lot of time on that. We'll be closing out our ARPA spending as of December. All of that spending needs to be complete, and those projects need to be complete. We'll be wrapping up what was $40 million in over 120 projects, internal and external, in ARPA funding. Finally, we're going to continue our efforts to digitize and streamline the licensing process, but I want to highlight here that the roadmap itself discusses looking for efficiencies. And so not only in the area of licensing, but I think we'll be looking for other areas we can create efficiencies and streamline things for staff and residents and board and committee members. So there's just a few of the stats we're going to use to track our streamlining of licensing. We just implemented those this year, and so hopefully next year we'll start having actual data we can report out to the board. Continuing right along, the office has 9 total FTEs, and what we're showing you here on this pie chart is that we really don't have any groups of employees. We're mostly a group of several specialized folks that are each working in their own areas. We're a very lean staff. We are losing our ARPA-funded grant administrator at the end of FY27. So no plans to change staffing at this point, referencing the guidance that was sent out to departments. We no plans to change staffing at this point, but we are losing that position. And digitizing licensing is one of those examples of trying to provide efficiencies without needing to add staff in order to achieve those. So that's something that the guidance mentioned as well, talking about where we're looking to create efficiencies, and we think that we're making good progress there. And so finally, not to breeze through everything too quickly, the board asked about a couple of things, or perennially asked about a couple of things, which was increasing demands and what we would do without budget constraints. And so the highest increase in demand that we have seen is really in fiscal oversight. The last fiscal year close was a difficult one with a couple of significant overtime deficits in public safety. This year we have a significant snow and ice deficit. We've had the issue with the transfer station floor. We're talking about potentially, we'll obviously have another fire overtime deficit. And so these fiscal years are requiring more and more effort and work, at least from our end of the office, Melissa and I's end of the office, and monitoring deficits, monitoring spending issues and concerns. Utilities are also a concern this year. We're seeing, as a result of geopolitical conflicts, rising costs. And then we're also getting this feedback that board and committee support is an area that we're seeing increased demand. And I also list communications here. This is partly ADA compliance and partly community outreach demand, but more of our time, and maybe that is we're victims of our own success in that situation, but more of our time is going to outreach and communications. So without budget constraints, what would we do in our office? Would our priorities change? My sense is that we wouldn't change our priorities, but we could significantly expand our capacity. I mentioned earlier that the department has several specialized folks. Each of those, in my opinion, could be its own division. You could have a division of community engagement. You could have a division that's dedicated to finance, that's dedicated to budget projections. And of course we would expand on professional development. We could really expand on what we do with department heads on a quarterly basis to provide training to the department and division heads. And of course we could ramp up resident services to the levels I think that people really idealistically would like to see. And so that is the select board's budget for FY27. I want to take a moment to shout out our office staff, Kate, Rochelle, Nicole, Christina, Tyler, Jillian, Melanie, Melissa, and Chaz, who all make it a great place to work and who all come to work as highly professional public servants, ready to work hard for the town of Brookline. And so I truly appreciate them all. And Chaz, if you have anything you'd like to add here, please feel free, but I will leave this screen up for a minute and I will be glad to take any questions.
Just want to echo Charlie's thanks to the staff, the whole team. It's a really great team. We're incredibly lucky to have all these folks, folks who have been here for a long time, folks who are new to us. Welcome, Melanie. It's, folks who are, here in meetings front and center, but, folks like Rochelle too, and Kate, who are not often seen, but do a huge amount of work. And so I just want to thank everyone. Really just a great group of people.
Great. David.
So I have a few questions regarding specific line items, and this is not to critique, it's just more curiosity. So I see that there's one line under salaries for clothing uniform allowance, and I'm just curious, who in the select board office has uniforms, and if you could just elaborate on that?
That is a collectively bargained line that I think is going to the whoever's classed as clerical in our office. I'd have to look at who that is specifically, but it's a small dollar amount, and this is something you'll see in virtually every department budget that has clerical staff.
All right, and I see that's being cut in half. So last year, fiscal year, 1,100. That's going down to 550. And then some other examples of significant drops that I notice. Printing services going from 3,518 to 500, so a 7-fold decrease. Subscriptions from about $8,400 to just over $100. And then tech service basically cut in half, a little more than half, 47,000 down to 20,000. So in terms of these changes, were there any significant modifications from a service provision perspective that the select board needed to take in order to make these reductions?
So this really reduces what will happen as a result of this, David, and this is a great question, so thank you for asking, is really a reduction in our flexibility in these line items. So in other words, one of the professional technical services line item is often used for department head recruitment. Printing services is when we need something in excess of what our in-house printing office can provide, and so we aren't going to see an immediate service reduction as a result of these things. But I do think you may hear from us asking for transfers more often, looking for money more often, especially in the case that we had to do multiple department head recruitments in a year. It's really what this comes down to is a loss of flexibility in the department. And I can say from experience that we're already basically strapped as hard as we can be, getting requests from Christina to be able to do, something interesting for example, for a town event, and we don't have the money to do that. And so that's really what these lines are impacting.
All right, because for example, with printing services, and I had this issue just last night. Both of my at-home office printers decided to malfunction, were giving me a hard time. I checked with Kinko, Staples, how much it would cost, and they wanted 80 cents a page, and I had to print quite a voluminous amount. So I said, forget it, I'll stick it out and just stay up longer and try to figure out what's going on with my printers. But I see that for the entire select board office, $500 for the whole year, that's really going to cover it?
Well, it's a good question, David. The answer is yes, we'll make it work, right? And I think the longer answer is that line item may have been a little bit stale. We may actually have been spending more out of professional technical services. The way the budget is voted, all of the services line items, everything under the category of services rolls up to one number. And so printing services, I think, probably is maybe our copier contract. And so we're probably cutting out a surplus that we had there that was being used for professional technical services. I mean, if I just pull up the slideshow for 1 second again, I don't want to take up too much time. You'll notice that out of the services line item, we had $66,000 in spend last year. I mean, and that is largely due to Brookline Interactive hybrid services we were paying out of this line item that are coming out of ARPA this year. But for example, that's the kind of thing that's happening here, where we may have spent less on printing and may have spent more on professional technical services, for example. So yeah, so the short answer is we'll make it work.
Are there any important subscriptions we're losing, going from $8,388 worth of subscriptions to $125?
We, not off the top of my head, David, I think that we are phasing out some memberships, but not as a result of this cut. So I can't think of any off the top of my head.
And the reason I ask
if you can remember. Yeah.
The reason I ask that, I understand that we're talking about relatively low dollar amounts in comparison to the entirety of our budget, but to the extent that some of these line items have broader financial impacts in terms of efficiency of completing certain other services, I just want to make sure that we're not being penny wise, pound foolish with some of these.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think that maybe this is State House News. I'm not sure.
This is State House News. It's
what it was, Chaz.
Massachusetts Newswire service for state material. I find it helpful. I find it useful, but I also find that when news needs to reach me from the State House, there are other ways for me to reach it. Like, it's nice to have. It's nice to be able to stay on top of things, but in this scarce environment, it's a nice to have. So I'm cutting it.
Mm-hmm. Michael.
Thank you very much, Charlie. I have a couple of questions. The first question is, given that we are losing the grant administrator, can you give us any sense of what the grant revenue is that person was responsible for bringing in, so that we understand sort of what the cost is versus what the revenue is that person was generating?
Yeah, that's a great question, Michael. So this position was created in order to administer the American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds that came through as a result of COVID, right, from the federal government. So that was $40+ million, I think $42 to $43 million that they didn't necessarily bring in, but we would have received it either way. And their task was to ensure that money was spent correctly and to basically act as the administrator of the money for subrecipients. So, Tyler Belisle in our office, who's been excellent with ARPA, has, I think, also served as a contact when needed for questions around using, SAM accounts and federal, doing federal grant applications. I can't say off the top of my head how many additional grants Tyler actually brought in, if any. I think he's been pretty busy with the $43 million in ARPA. With that said, Michael, you raise a good point and a good question. I've talked with Tyler a lot about whether or not we should or could have a grant position in town and what that would look like, or even just a grants process, because it's fairly decentralized at this point. And we think there's capacity for it. But unfortunately, Tyler himself didn't bring any additional revenue over and above ARPA.
I just briefly add to that. When we talked to the Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee, when we were asked, we asked all the departments, if money was no object, what are your top three things? One of my top three things was bringing on a permanent grants administrator. And The reason for that is, as Charlie said, our process is decentralized. Some departments are very good at hunting down grants and funding themselves, and some of them don't have the capacity to do it, and need a helping hand. I also need to have insight into our overall long-range strategy for pursuing grants and prioritizing them. You know, right now, I file all the earmark applications for federal dollars myself. You know, I ask the department heads, what do you need? And then I stay up late and I put them together. You know, that's not an efficient use of my time. And given the amount of money that people could be getting for those, you know, if we were really strong at developing that grant function, I think it is a worthwhile investment in the long run, but it's something that has to come after this override cycle. Again, it would be really nice, and I think it would ultimately be a money maker for the town to have centralized grant support operations. And I want to be clear, you know, I'm not saying to those departments who do a good job, we're going to take that function away from them. We want to be able to coordinate with them and ensure that everyone is able to function at that kind of high level. But right now, we don't have the capacity. And, you know, I don't want to be in a position of saying, you know, I'd like to add a permanent staff member when we're asking other departments to make cuts. So that's where we are.
So this financial plan is based on a no override scenario.
Yes.
And
Correct.
If the override does pass, I don't recall that this position is recovered.
No, it is not.
Even though, as you said, it generates a huge amount of money, or could generate a large amount of money.
It could. Yeah, you're right. It's theoretical, and as always, you know, we don't budget in soft money into the hard money budget for good reasons. So it is something that's difficult to quantify and can be ephemeral in ways. But we obviously track our grant funded things. We try and make sure that people understand, you know, what's on the budget versus what's in the operating budget versus what's out of it. We try and do all of that, and I think we're successful at it. But again, we think about the priorities of the community, the priorities that have been sent to us in expenditures and revenues. You know, our goal to try and keep the town override number at the same or lower than the ask was in 2023, and the large amount of needs in other departments. You know, between fire, police, and DPW, that's pretty much it. That's the ball game. You know, a couple of other departments are getting small numbers, but I was just talking to the health director and kind of lamenting, if there was space in this override, yes, I would give more money to public health, but the prioritization is what it is. And we're kind of in the same boat there. We do what we can with what we have.
John.
Well, we've arrived at what I wanted to ask about, and I think it's a very important point as we go through not just this budget, but all the budgets. We have to keep in mind that what we're looking at is a budget that is part of an overall balanced budget, and that does not include the assumption of any override monies, right?
Correct.
Right. So one of the questions to be asked, I think, with each and every budget is, okay, so that's what you've got short of an override. Is your department, is this budget in line to receive additional funds in the event of an override? And if so, what would you need them for, and what would you use them for? It turns out in this case, this is not a department that's in line for any additional money through the override, but there are going to be departments that we address soon that will be. And I think we need to know the difference between what we're looking at and what we would be looking at if there were an override developed, and what additional monies would flow into Department X, Y, or Z as a result.
We might see a small increase in the professional technical services.
In this department,
yes.
Okay.
Because as Charlie said, we were really we're down to our last dollar now, and
Mm-hmm.
for example, we had last year we were able to use funds, salary savings, and other funds that we had to fund the CLA report when we needed to do that quickly. We couldn't do that this year. Want to have that flexibility and capacity to do that work. One of the other things that department heads have also asked of us is we run the quarterly department and division head trainings. We do these trainings, and we've been trying to work with HR to do employee appreciation at least once a year, which we would like to include both a thank you for the service that you do, but also a functional aspect of it, like a training component to it, so that people could. In other communities, they can do trainings where they take, some departments will take half a day off and do an off-site training of some kind. that we would love to be able to invest in that. And so restoring a little bit of money into that budget to give us more flexibility to do that work is kind of what we would, in the current override scenario, some of the professional technical money, but not all of it, would flow back.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Well,
John, thanks for raising that question. It was something I hadn't thought of
Kind of
asking.
makes you think.
Huh?
It kind of makes you think.
It makes you think. So as we go through this process, we may not have time to review every departmental budget before we get to this discussion about the override. Will each department and how much money they would get be listed and how it would be used for as we start talking about the override?
Yes. So
Okay.
all the override line items are keyed in by department. And if it says multiple departments, I have the information about how that splits out.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. But I'm sorry, Bernard, but as John said, as the departments present, if we could also have it as part of that discussion, I think to provide context would be really helpful.
Got it.
Okay, thanks.
John, I'm sorry, Michael.
I have one other question for you, Charlie. You mentioned something, work about community engagement and how you would, that would be one of your priorities if money were no object. And I'm just wondering, given that we also have a department that has community relations in its name, how those two functions either coordinate or overlap or talk to each other to understand the kinds of work that they do.
Sure. I think that they are different functions. I think that what we're doing on the 6th floor is more in the realm of disseminating information, in the realm of ensuring we're getting information out in the right places in the right ways, and doing it coherently with a unified message. To be honest with you, I can't speak to necessarily what they're doing in ODE ICR. Maybe Chaz could jump in here. But when I talk about expanding that effort, right now we have an ARPA funded agreement with Capital Strategic Solutions, who is helping us with PR, right? And so you could easily have additional staff in our department whose job it is to work with Christina on all of the projects she's working on, and expand upon that, I think, tenfold. I think that right now we're doing a lot with a little, put it that way. So, and I don't know if anybody else wants to jump in here and throw me a lifeline on ODE
I'll
ICR.
just say, when I came on board, one of the things that we did was we moved a communications officer position out of ODE ICR into the select board office. And the purpose of that was to centralize that function, and in the same way that we talk about centralizing grant administration. Some departments are very good at communication, some departments don't have any communication at all. But when we did that, we expressly said that a part of that role, that part of that job, is to work with ODE ICR to target outreach and to target communication, particularly with harder to reach parts of our community. And that is some of the work that Christine has been doing. And ODE ICR has also been, taking the lead in terms of thinking about how do we reach people who are disconnected from the community, but who live here and rely on and could benefit from the services that we provide. And so that question is out there, and we're always thinking about how we communicate, not just broadly with the general public, but specifically with parts of the community that have been unrepresented or are otherwise disconnected or not, don't feel themselves to be a part of the community as it stands. So there is a joint role for ODE ICR and the communications officer position to play in that targeted outreach. But I think on the whole, moving communications into the select board office and having that sit there has been a success in terms of how we've been able to broaden our messaging out to the public.
And the diversity office does its own communication with respect to various programs that it supports or runs, so they're not out of the game in that regard. They do a very good job of that.
Right. I'm mostly asking this question as an organizational structure question, not a question of are these different departments doing good work or important work or work that needs to be done. It's just is the organizational structure optimized for getting all of this done in the right percentages?
So, ODEICR
Yeah.
will be is on our agenda for later on. So
Yes.
those
Yeah.
are questions that we can raise with them. Okay, any other questions for Chair?
I don't have a question about this one, but I wanted to make it just a quick
Sure.
query about timing.
Yeah.
I don't want to be,
We have a lot.
I don't want to pop the good time bubble here, but, you know, this was a half hour on one.
Okay.
And
be a little more.
Yeah, we're going to be here till midnight or 1 o'clock.
Shorter
This-
presentations, fewer questions, maybe?
Yeah, we should time box how much time we want to spend on each one. That's
Okay. So, Melanie, give us 5 minutes going forward.
Okay.
Or at
All right,
least
thank
one
you.
that's been 5 minutes.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
Next, Town Council. So you have no more than 10 minutes, Joe.
All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right.
We're getting a little feedback.
So
Joe.
I'm-
Can you maybe turn, if there's a speaker, turn it down a tiny bit?
All right. I'll talk more softly. How's that? I'm Joe Callahan, Town Council, and here's my budget presentation, and I'll try to keep it short, but I'm happy to answer any questions. So we are, you see me frequently, but there's many of us. There's 7 of other of us in Town Council's office, 5 attorneys and 3 support staff. John, who counts our FTEs, in years past, we had an FTE count of 8.7. That was an addition of an investigator that has since moved over to HR. That position wasn't filled, but the year that the investigator went over to HR, we added a half an FTE, which are paid interns. So that makes up our office, which is usually about 10 people. This is a change in the budget from last year over this year. It represents a 1% decrease, and that's, again, in a no override situation. The big decrease or big change is $30,000 reduction in outside services. There's an increase in salaries, but that's just steps of our employees who are not at the top step, and an increase in our cost of computers. So I want to talk about 2 of our accomplishments. This is along the lines of how we measure our accomplishments, as opposed to, the Town Council's office doesn't produce a building or, produce a comprehensive plan. But we do work with those other departments who do those things to make sure they're done legally and, as best we can. But there's 2 metrics that I try to track that are specifically related to legal, and that is our spending on outside counsel. And you've heard this in years past. This is a comparison of the last 12 years. The last 4 years are ones I'm responsible for, because I've now been with Brookline since March of 2022, so 4 years. But we went back another 8 years to compare our outside spending costs versus what we've been spending on outside counsel since I got here. You've heard examples, but actually there's another example of why we don't need outside counsel. For example, you heard many times, many nights about the negotiations that we've had with the MBTA. In my 11 years at the state, I worked on a lot of railroad title cases. In the 3 years I was in private practice, I represented the MBTA 15 years ago. I had several trials over the state of railroad title. I'm one of the few attorneys that know about railroad title. So when Erin came to me and said the MBTA is telling her we have to accept what they want to do on their C line, I said, well, if it's within their granted location, they're right. But is everything within their granted location? And we realized the granted location hadn't changed since the 19th century, even though the MBTA property did. And that gave us the leverage to negotiate that MOU that Erin was talking about. Otherwise, I can assure you, I represented a community before that was in the MBTA area. The MBTA would have treated us differently, but we had something that they needed, an amended grant of location. And we then were able to use what they needed from us to get what we wanted from them. And that's the MOU, that's concessions on trees, That's a lot of concessions that the MBTA, you guys understand, just agreed to. But because of my experience with railroad title, I didn't need to go to outside counsel. Instead, what I did is have Susan Harris in my office learn about railroad title. I knew about it. I've worked on it multiple times. I passed on my knowledge to other attorneys in the office. So that's what we're trying to do with the money that we get. So instead of spending money on outside lawyers, we increased our subscription to Westlaw. We got a membership in the social law library. So it's a law library where you can get resources that aren't online. If you're looking for the Ward Commission reports from the 60s, that's not on Westlaw, but it is in social law library. You heard about, needs for professional development. What we did was increase the money that we spend through bar associations, through the Massachusetts Continuing Legal Education. All my attorneys can get training if they want it. If you look in fiscal year 24 and 25, that's spending that we had on an outside lawyer to train our new labor and employment lawyer. We spent about $10,000 for him to do 40 hours of training. But what he did was he recorded PowerPoint presentations. So when he was training Elena Ben David, our new labor and employment lawyer, Elena has left in the past year. All of Jack Collins's videos are now available for Barry Friedland, who replaced Elena. So even though we spent money on an outside counsel, we got that money back by the way we were able to use that outside counsel. The last blip on this for outside counsel is to hire August and Epstein. So you are familiar with our Comcast negotiations.
We lost him.
Okay, looks like we lost you.
Joe, we lost you there.
Oh, okay.
You're back.
But,
there we go.
Okay. So this has been our history with outside spending. So what I also want to talk about is another accomplishment of ours, which is claims handling. And we, on average, hear about get claims about 100 personal injury or property damage. A motor vehicle case where a cruiser or a fire engine hit a car, a pothole claim where someone slipped on a sidewalk or in a town building. On average, that's about $350,000 a year people are looking from the town. Now, we've had a similar number. This year was an 8-year look back. We have a similar number of claims, although the amount of money has increased. But we've also settled more cases than denied more cases in years past. But we pay out each year the same amount. And how we're able to do that is by settling for lower amounts of money. We spend the time negotiating with outside counsel on, you're looking for, a lot of money, we're willing to settle for a little money. So those are a lot of words. Here are the numbers. Again, this is a comparison of 15 quarters versus 16 quarters, so the numbers should be about 6% less. But, we're about the same number of claims. The amount of money claimed in all those claims has doubled, in part because of inflation, 25% over these last 8 years. But we pay out less, or approximately 5% less. But how we do that is we used to settle about 25% of the amount claimed. Now we settle 11% of what's claimed. So there's a 44% reduction in how much we pay out, even though we pay out close to 20% more claims. So this is the hard work that we do when we get a claim in and we negotiate it and protect the taxpayers' tax dollars, and we don't just pay what opposing counsel is willing to take. So those are two accomplishments that I want to talk about. But you may say oh, wait a second, we pay lots of money for $1 million claims. Those are the ones that you hear about, but you don't hear about the hundreds that aren't in the news. And those the ones that I just talked about are ones that we can pay within our $75,000 settlement line item. If we can't pay that, then we have to go to the liability fund. And here's the again 8-year look back, what we paid in the liability fund. Now, Alston wasn't paid out of the liability fund, it was bonded. So Alston got $8 million, but the hit to the taxpayer is more because we bonded it. However, the last two payments, what we've done is paid them out of the liability fund. So even though one of them was $1.8 million, because of the way it's structured, in the time value of money, that's only really worth $1.5 million because we're basically borrowing against future free cash as opposed to going out into the market and having to pay interest. And that's the same case with the case of the teacher sex abuse. So again, it's being paid out over a term of years through the liability fund. So we don't have to borrow it and pay interest. We're essentially, the interest is coming from ourselves. So those are the two accomplishments I wanted to talk about. I'll give you, just kind of a snapshot of what pending claims we have. We have 36 at the moment. Last year at this time, we had 37. And this kind of spreads it out into which courts, what the matters are. And this is pretty typical, our litigation caseload. But I can assure you none of these cases pose any significant potential for financial liability. There's probably two that we might be liable, but again, it's unlikely, and it's unlikely that that'd be more than a couple $100,000. So you're not going to see something like you've seen in the last two, settlements that we've had. So otherwise, I'm happy to answer any questions, either now or later. You guys know my number. I give it out, 617-308-1525. That is my cell phone number. I take calls whenever you want.
Thank you. Exactly 10 minutes. David?
Yes, just a couple quick questions. So I noticed that there is a graphic where for each year there's an estimated number of lawsuits and active claims compared to the actual number. And each year the actual number exceeds the estimated number. So for example, for this current year, 91 versus 55, how do you estimate active cases?
So it's a little hard. It's a lot easier to keep track of what's pending as opposed to what's going to be filed in August or September of next year. So my staff, comes up with those metrics that come from AC. And, what I try to keep track of is outside counsel spending, settlement spending, and pending matters.
All right.
Those are the metrics that I kind of measure things. Yeah.
Okay. And then also you list out pending matters by court. And I noticed that there are several matters in land court, 6 of which are tax lien collection cases. Do we have any judgment lien cases?
So tax liens, we don't go to judgment. We try to use the tax lien foreclosure proceedings to collect the money. So they're more collections actions. And actually Brookline is very good at this. And again, it's something that we do where most municipalities contract that out. But it's really more of a collections effort as opposed to seeking a judgment that forecloses and the town takes title. And if you're familiar with it, Tommy Vitolo is, a big advocate against equity theft. That's not what we do. We use the tax lien foreclosure for collections purposes.
All right.
Thank you.
And also, we don't sell our tax liens to private investors. That's another thing that municipalities do. We don't.
Hey, Michael.
I just have one question. Have you considered how AI will impact your future workload?
I'm on the International Municipal Lawyers Technology Committee. Yes, but the problem is, to rely on that for the type of writing that we need. Okay, so I'll admit I use AI when I have trouble kind of explaining things that are what a lawyer kind of understands. Oh, that's due process. You can't do that. That's due process. How do I explain that to someone who isn't a lawyer? Okay, that's a good use of AI. I'll admit that. It is not a good use, and I collect cases for my students at UMass. It is not a good resource to rely on to file in court. So if you're looking for brainstorming ideas, how else can I explain this? I have an example. Give me 2 more. That's an effective use of the AI that I've found. It is not an effective use for what is the law on this, and here are some facts and what should I do. Sorry, it's not there yet.
Thank you.
Paul.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Joe, for your presentation. I appreciated the emphasis on how you're adding value and you're thinking kind of like a business lawyer, I guess, businessman. So Chaz, maybe this is for you or for Joe. If in the override scenario, is there going to be money added to this budget, and what would it be for?
So there's a potential cut on the town council side. We're talking about maybe reducing the legal intern budget or the settlement budget. We're still in final discussions about where that would be, but if there was a yes override scenario, we would not make that reduction.
But the budget would stay the same?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? We have 1 minute, 4 seconds left.
Let's take it back.
Or actually okay. Okay, we were very disciplined as a select board. Good. This time.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
My pleasure.
Thanks, Joe.
Next, HR, no, I'm sorry, Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. I see Lloyd Delano is on the screen.
Yeah. Good evening. My name is Lloyd Delano. I'm the Chief Diversity Officer and Director of the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Community Relations. With me tonight is Caitlin Starr, the Assistant Director, and I believe Sarah Kaplan's online as well. So I have permission to share my screen so we can start the presentation. Find the right one. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So, like I said, we're the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. You know, we have a team of 4 staff members. And before we move forward, I just want to say that we have, we have a small staff comprised of 4 staff, but we do have a small budget of $3,000 for stipends for 3 interns per year. At this time, I just want to acknowledge the ODEICR team. Their expertise, dedication, and work ethic is highly valued by the community and town staff. They're a great, smart team, and we were very fortunate to have them in the town's workforce. I just want to take this time to thank them for their service. Our office promotes community-driven events and activities that aid Brookline's community to become more culturally competent and to be informed of the achievements and barriers faced by our protected classes. It continues to work with community entities to examine quality of life barriers due to racial inequities or discrimination based on protected class status, and to help create strategies to mitigate those barriers. We work with a very modest budget. As with other departments, we do have most of the funds goes towards personnel. But the office this year, the budget is decreased by $24,000, which is 5%, a decrease of 5% in the fiscal year 2027. The total reduction is comprised of a $3,267 increase in salaries for staff compensation, a $368 increase in lease computer equipment, and a reduction of $28,000 to the professional tech services a line item. Be specifically, that's going to be directed towards language access. Currently, staffing levels remained at 3.72 FTEs. Accomplishments. Overall, I just want to note that we work with town departments and community organizations in their endeavors to promote and provide resources to the Brookline community, including marginalized groups. Some of the highlights here, collected and analyzed data on demographics of town boards and commissions. This data and graphs can be seen on our webpage. The office provided logistical assistance to plan and host an annual Indigenous Peoples Day celebration and the MLK Day event, and all other associated programs for these communities. The office also provided logistical and staff support to the AANHAPI Heritage Event, Eid Festival, Juneteenth. I'm not going to go all Jewish Heritage Month, Pride Month activities. As you see, we do a lot of collaboration and coordination with town entities. We finalized the language access and effective communication plan, securing interpreting devices for all departments through a state earmark, and assisted town departments in their understanding of how to secure language translation and interpretation services. We provided consultation for revisions for the town's EO policy. We completed one of potentially 3 Hidden Brookline walking tours video, working with Barbara Brown in Hidden Brookline. Provided consultation and support to various public health initiatives, such as CHIP and the Community Health Champions Program. I won't go into any more of this because I just want to say we do, for a small staff, we do get a lot done. And so it's one of those things I'm really proud of, as staff being able to accomplish as much as they do. Key achievements for fiscal year 2026. Continue implementation of the language access and effective communication plan across all departments. Completed the Hidden Brookline walking tour. Provided consultation services to town departments and community entities regarding ADA compliance and program referrals for those in need of disability services. Again, collaborated with the Public Health and Human Services and Women Thriving Inc. to develop and launch the Health Champions Program, and translation and distribution of updated Know Your Rights pamphlets, in addition to hosting workshops, bystander trainings, and free legal clinics for staff and community members. Key goals for FY 27. The ones in bold are the ones that actually are consistent with the Select Board's initiatives and objectives. Assist departments in locating and inviting a diverse representation of community members to participate in public meetings and to engage in public processes. Provide information to the public regarding significant plans, town plans that may impact quality of life at our ODICR events and activities. And again, collaborate with departments to ensure changes in fees and fine structures are equitable and are known to the community, particularly to marginalized groups and limited English-speaking individuals. And then work with the appropriate town departments to develop culturally relevant programs, events, and institutions that would entice people to consider living in Brookline. Long-term objectives, increase growth opportunities for individuals and families of low income residing in Brookline. Increase civic engagement by decreasing structural barriers to participation by various marginalized groups, communities. 3, to eliminate barriers of all individuals that prevent reasonable communication and access to town facilities and processes. And again, this how are your operations further the Select Board's goals and objectives for the past fiscal year? The office, through collaboration with community entities, boards and commission, and town departments, work together towards achieving the Select Board's goal by delivering and implementing a language access policy and plan for approval by the Select Board. Participate in the supply diversity disparity study and update and move the diverse and inclusive business directory to the quality platform. And then collaborate and participate in the health department's human services assessment and gap analysis reports. So what if, the question is, if I had an unlimited budget, the 3 things I think are really important would be some kind of employee housing subsidy program, town-funded community event or center, and work sponsorship programs for non-citizens. And so how would these objectives set be consistent with the Select Board's mission in this coming year? The office seeks to improve voter turnout for underrepresented groups, to increase participation of underrepresented groups in Brookline's town boards and commissions, identify strategies to increase minority-owned businesses, specifically Black and Brown enterprises, The office also seeks to increase access to vital documents for LOE individuals in their own languages and to monitor the language access needs of the Brookline community. These are consistent with the Select Board's diversity and inclusion goals. And that is the end of my presentation. So if you have any questions, please.
Any questions from Michael?
So I'll ask you the same question I asked Charlie Young about your thoughts on the communication role and the community relation role in your office and the communications role that is now resident in the Select Board office, and whether there are opportunities for coordination or...
Yes, we do. I'm sorry, Michael, I
Go
jumped
ahead.
in on before you finished your sentence. There is coordination between certain projects with Christina. We actually collaborated on 2, I believe, this year, both dealing with the schools. But going to the question about community relations and then community engagement, I sort of look at community, excuse me. I look at community relations as sort of making sure that the relationships that already exist are strengthening and we are able to do collaboration. Community engagement, it's a bit different. That tends to be more focused on things that the town would want to do, and that we're actually doing the outreach to those groups that may not be aware or know they're empowered to help make the town make decisions. So we go out and seek people out for a specific project. Let's say it's a road project, or that we go out and find folks who anything that we do may impact their lives rather positively or negatively, and we try to work to mitigate those bad things from happening. So that's my distinction between the two, and I do think that we'll probably tighten our relationship with Christina as the years go on, but we do have a working relationship.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Same question, Jazz. I've asked for the others, override impact.
In this case, as Lloyd mentioned, the big impact here is to language access. We would have to pretty dramatically reduce our language access budget, and that's what's reflected in here. If the override were to succeed, that would be restored.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Lloyd.
You're welcome.
You have 2 minutes, 35 seconds left if you want to say anything to
No, thank you for the opportunity for sharing what our office does. I just want to say, my staff, the staff is just remarkable, and I think most of you have worked with them in one way or another. So you got a good team here. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Lloyd.
Mm-hmm.
Next, we have HR. I can find it in my book. Yep, HR. I take it Ann Braga is
online.
Is online and is ready to speak.
Good evening, Ann Braga, HR Director for the town. I am going to share my screen. And go. Okay, so Good evening. I'm here to present both the HR budget and in collaboration with Melissa Goff, the personnel benefits components for fiscal 27. Fiscal 26, we have been busier than ever with classification, job reclassification, position review committee. So in anticipation of our challenges for budget moving forward, with Melissa, we review all positions that are requested by departments for authorizations to hire that go to the select board. And we have a conversation with the department heads about what the role is doing, how long it's been vacant. Are there other opportunities for the work to be done in a different way before the ATHs go to the select board for a vote and approval? And continuing investigations, coaching and counseling managers. We have hosted a few gatherings, including a popcorn afternoon break. We did a winter coffee break with baked goods and coffee and cocoa. We continue to work on the AFSCME class and pay plan and public safety hirings and promotions. We sit on the interview team and work with them on their new subscriptions for police, new hires and promotions. Through our online learning platform, we had employees complete 9,800 trainings last year. In fiscal 27, we look to redistribute learning and development, develop a regular cadence of training so that we're not doing once a year where there's 3 hours of training. It's a burden on staff to be able to commit that amount of time, especially if the folks are not computer facing. And we will have adjusted response times due to staffing changes in the department. We hope to review and streamline new hiring and offboarding, continued review of policy and benefits, and collective bargaining. So for fiscal 27, we have the last year of police and fire, and we have 5 other contracts that are currently, as of July 1st, will be a year out of an active contract. This is our budget at a glance. You'll see a 10% reduction in personnel. That is due to the reduction and elimination of the position of learning and development coordinator. We did take out the $550 for the clothing and uniform stipend. The biggest reduction outside of personnel is $55,000 or a 43% reduction in our legal services account. While the legal services account has funded outside attorneys to do investigations, it also funds arbitrations and settlements that are on the HR end of things. So we hope that with the addition of the latest labor and employment attorney, that we don't need that amount for outside investigations in collaboration with our new position that came over from legal, which is the generalist investigator. We hope that we don't need to access those funds. There's an increase in our professional technical services as the HR budget will host the funding for new hires and promotion costs for assessment centers at fire and police, and also the new hire contract with Get Badged, which does our online portal for new hires for police officers. A slight reduction in office supplies. We do as much, through technology as we can. And a slight increase in our capital computers and equipment for the cost of computers and updates, with an overall reduction of 10% at $81,359. As you see, most of our funds are spent in salaries and then services and supplies and the other odds and ends. What's different for fiscal 27? As I said before, a $50,000 reduction in legal services. The learning and development coordinator was eliminated, and the work will be absorbed by other staff. And then the centralized funding for public safety, hiring and promotions. And what have we been up to? This is a short list. I'm not going to read all of it, but just highlight looking at comparison analysis and providing support to expenditures and revenues on some of the HR related costs and expenses, continued labor management meetings with unions, HR labor meetings continue with the new Labor and Employment Council, and we spend a significant amount of time on coaching and consulting with departments, both mid-managers and department heads on employees, management, department and organizational issues, as well as discipline and compliance issues, employee training and development. We've covered harassment and other policies, compliance issues around drugs and alcohol, ethics, well-being related topics, supervisor training. In the last year, we did first aid, CPR, and electronic defibrillator training, as well as stop the bleed, and our continued position review, update leave time and alcohol and drug and quarry policies, update class and pay, and create a new recruiting and hiring guide. And I'd like to thank Leslia, Jennifer, Kayla, Kimi, and Jim for all that they do. I will say that there aren't too many upsides for the current state of affairs at the federal level. However, we have been able to secure a leave and disability specialist with 32 years of experience, both at the state and federal level, to work on our IOD, workers' comp, and FMLA. And our Labor and Employment Council comes to us from HUD at the federal level. So we have benefited by getting experienced individuals into some key positions. And if we're able to do that moving forward, it will benefit the town. And I don't know if you want to take questions before we go to personnel benefits.
Questions from the board? I have a question. So you seems to have unilaterally eliminated the uniform budget. Now,
Yes, we have no union employees.
Okay. So why?
And there are no uniforms.
Okay, I guess I wonder why uniforms appear in other budgets. Is it always because they have union employees who are required to wear uniforms, or is it just a carryover from past practice?
I believe it's a carryover from the AFSCME contract, and that where we have non-union clerical positions, that the benefit was part of the budget. But it's a tight fiscal year, and it's not something that is a priority.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good question. Do we provide uniforms for anybody? Why is it a line item?
Yes. There are certain positions for whom we do provide uniforms.
For instance, other than police officers?
Yes.
DPW.
Okay. But within the office, the office staff,
right?
Is there any line items for departments that don't have people that wear?
No, but when we talk about allowances and pay parity, for example, right? Like sometimes we have clerical staff that are in the union, clerical staff that are not in the union, and some of the clerical staff that are in the union get that benefit, get the $500 or $550 for a union benefit, as a union benefit. And so to avoid having a situation where we have a non-union person making, in the same role, in the same title, making less money than a union person, or vice versa, we try and balance that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the uniform money has been used as a way to supplement general wage increases over past contracts as a way to be able to give basically a stipend to add to compensation, but it is not pensionable. And so
Right,
that's
great.
why.
Okay, let's move on. I'm sorry, Michael?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the right time to ask this. Paul, you didn't ask the override versus no override question, so maybe that's also relevant. But you mentioned that the police and union contracts are coming up, and I'm wondering, in terms of the negotiation process for those contracts, how the decisions that we make around the override will affect your negotiation capacity for those contracts.
So police and fire expire at the end of fiscal 27. I don't know that our the provisions of the override include expanded capacity for subsequent year negotiations for police and fire. We have money in the override to cover the tail for the fire contract, in which there are several of the provisions that kick in on the last day of fiscal 27. But other than that, I don't believe that there's a chunk of money that's set aside for police and fire collective bargaining as part of the ask for the override.
So there's
or at least what's been discussed.
There's $350,000 that goes into the collective bargaining reserve if an override, in the current town proposal, if that passes. So there is money in the override for that. And we're trying to maximize that wherever we can in terms of where that goes. But for example, we have settled contracts with police and fire. They're ending at the end of this fiscal year. We don't have a settled contract with AFSCME. We have a couple of bridge 1-year contracts that we've settled with them. But we've been working towards trying to implement a contract that deals with the pay and class study in DPW, and that's going to be an expensive lift to try and deal with that and the subsequent ripple effects. But we are trying to make that happen, and so that money in the override is really targeted towards those efforts. And then we need to think about what the future years are going to look like. We budget money every year for collective bargaining increases for the cost of living. So that's baked into the budget anyway, and we have target numbers for those. And that's what we will be telling the unions and non-union staff alike as we move into negotiations for the next few fiscal years, what those numbers are.
Okay, let's move on to Melissa and benefits.
Sure. So we covered a lot of this when we originally presented the financial plan. So I will try and be as speedy as I can be. For group health, the financial plan had an increase of almost $6 million projected. The GIC has come out with new rates. We are still waiting for the final rate sheets from the GIC, and they are slightly better than what we had estimated in the budget. We had estimated a 12% rate increase. It's closer to 8%. Some of the plans vary though, so we're waiting for those final sheets. Then we have our group life budget, which is going up by 3%. Our Medicare coverage, which is going up 4%. That's generally tied to wages. Our pension funding is going up about 8%, and that is based on our current funding schedule. We will have a new funding schedule probably sometime this summer. We have a schedule that resets every 2 years, so we'll be looking to see kind of based on market performance and kind of activity in the fund, what that might look like, and hope that we can still stick with our 2030 timeline. And then the last few groupings are transfers that we make to certain trust funds. So we have a trust fund for the public safety IOD medical expenses. At this point, the fund has a healthy fund balance, so we're not recommending an appropriation, which is why you see the drop of $350,000. As you all know, we are level funding our contributions towards OPEB, so that is flat for fiscal 27. Unemployment compensation, we're boosting by 500,000. I'm keeping an eye on this one because I am also concerned, given the staffing reductions that might be implemented in fiscal 27, that might need some additional funding. I do acknowledge that there likely would be some savings in group health that likely would need to slide into unemployment in a no override scenario. So we're keeping an eye on both of those budgets. And then we have a $200,000 increase in workers' compensation. So for overall, $9.5 million. Obviously, that will be reset when we readjust the group health budget, hoping to get you that information within the next week or so.
Thank you, Melissa. Any questions? Okay. We're tired. Okay, let's move on. Thank you, Melissa. And thank you, Ann.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay.
Thanks, Ann.
Next, we have 4 warrant articles. First, and these are public hearings. First is appointment of measures of wood and bark. Melissa, are you going to tell us about that item?
Sure. You are all familiar that this is a requirement. The measures of wood and bark be the first item on the docket for the annual town meeting, and it requires that the select board appoint 2, and we do that when we do our annual appointments in June.
Okay, let's open the public hearing. Public hearing is open on measures of wood and bark.
No line of people?
Nobody's raising their hand on.
Okay, let's close the public hearing. Any discussion?
Who are we appointing?
Good question, Melissa.
Well, currently it's Elmon Hendrickson and Bill McGrody, but given Bill's retirement, we are likely going to need to find a new measurer.
Okay.
So
All right.
We'll
we'll have that for you in June.
Okay, we're setting the number at 2. That's okay. Okay, so we've closed the public hearing. I see no questions from the select board, so let's move on to next item, next warrant article, annual authorization of compensating balance agreements.
Bernard, before you move on to Article 3, if you wanted to vote on Article 1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sometimes you do.
That would be great.
Why don't we do that? I move favorable action on warrant Article 1, appointment of measurers of wood and bark. All in favor, John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you, Melissa, for reminding me. Next, annual authorization of compensating balance agreements. Is that you, or is Lincoln going to handle that?
Lincoln's here. I wish that I had known he was coming. I would have told him I could cover it for him, but since I'm here, I'll let him do it.
Thank you, Melissa. I'll be very brief. So as the board, as at least 4 members of the board may recall from previous years, the law requires that if the town is to have compensating balance agreements, that is to say agreements with banks, that rather than the town directly paying for services from those banks, we would instead agree to keep a minimum balance there. The law requires that if the town is to have those agreements, it needs to be authorized annually by town meeting. And so it would be good to have this flexibility. We do not currently have any compensating balance agreements, but it would be good to have this flexibility, continue to have this flexibility, particularly in the context of the variable interest rates that we've been experiencing, that we've all been experiencing.
Okay, any questions? Okay.
Public hearing?
I'm getting there. Let's open the public hearing and see if anyone would like to talk about or ask questions about compensating balances. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Are we ready to vote?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think we can vote on this one. I move favorable action on warrant Article 3, annual authorization of compensating balance agreements. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, next, probably not as quick, Article 7, establish an override stabilization fund. Is that going to be you, Chaz?
Sure. So As you know, one possibility for a structure of an override would be involving a situation where you raise the tax levy and then tax more money than you spend in a given year and put some of that money aside in an override reserve fund. And the purpose of that reserve fund would be to cover operating deficits in the out years of the override cycle. The concept of this being that you would, if you tax a little more upfront, you have to tax less over the course of the cycle, and then the assumption would be that by the end of the cycle, there would be changes in the financial situation of the town, such that there would be it would be more advantageous to the taxpayers to take a larger amount of money take a larger tax increase up front, but ultimately pay less in taxes overall over the 3-year period. Now, the Expenditures and Revenues Study Committee is still talking about this. It is not set in stone that this is going to be part of their recommendation to you, and is not set in stone that you have to move forward on this at all. But in order to give you the optionality that if that's the decision you make in terms of how an override is structured, we ask that this question be put on the warrant. If ultimately you decide not to go in that direction, then you just simply don't have to move it. A question that was asked in Expenditures and Revenues is, can this money be appropriated by anyone? You know, is this a pot? Are we worried about this being a slush fund? The answer is yes, it can be appropriated for the purposes that it's stated for, and so we want to have firm policies in place about how we use this money and when. But that's part of the structure of any given override, if that's the structure you decide to go with. The other question we got was, can the purpose of the fund change? For example, if things go better than expected and there is a balance left in this account at the end of the 3-year override cycle, can it be spent for other purposes? And the answer is yes. By a 2/3 vote of town meeting, you can change the purpose of the fund. Or you can continue to spend it on operating expenses. Because the way the fund is designated is for operating expenses, and because those categories of money are fungible, for example, you could fund certain operating expenses out of the fund and then use the savings from that to fund a capital project, for example. So it's easy to use anything that's extra in the fund for a different purpose, but we're not thinking about it in those terms. We're thinking about it in terms of stabilizing during the 3-year period of any potential override, so that the overall tax burden on the voter is lessened.
Paul?
So this is our article?
Yes.
Okay, it's our article. So it's already on the warrant.
Yes.
And if we choose not to do this,
yep,
we just wouldn't move it.
Correct.
Or we could move it even if we choose not to do it, and could we put money into it, like $1.5 million from the Housing Trust Fund that we're putting towards that, which there's other ways for them to get money. Could we start seeding this?
Yes.
With money from other sources, or does it have to be from the tax?
No, you could seed it with money from other sources. Lincoln, I believe that's right?
Correct, yeah.
And then one more question, and maybe this is for later when we start debating this about how to structure the override, but is there any discussion about, is it a disincentive for some folks to vote for an operating override if they know they're not going to be here in 3 years? So they're paying everything up front, right? And then they find out, in a year or two, they're going to be gone. If they're not, there's some uncertainty. Would they say, I'd rather not, vote for that because I may not be here?
Possibly, but again, I don't know.
Just a scenario.
It's an odd, yeah. I have to admit I didn't consider that possibility.
Okay.
But that is a possibility.
Interesting.
Okay, thanks.
Michael?
Can you just clarify who has dispersing authority over the fund?
Town meeting. Town meeting can make appropriations from the fund.
It would be part of the budget vote as well. It would be a line item within the budget that we would need town meeting to vote on.
So there would be conditions of appropriation similar to everything else, so it would be appropriated as, X amount of dollars from this fund to the operating budget, subject to the same conditions as on the operating budget.
Okay, any further discussion? I think it'd be good, just my opinion, I think it'd be good if we hold this so that people have an opportunity to really try to understand it. I mean, it's not a simple concept. And the funding of it comes from, you know, an override that is front-loaded, you know, in year one, but that front-loaded amount continues in perpetuity.
Right.
I mean, if you know, if year one override is, let's say, up to makes the levy 100, that 100 plus 2.5 plus new construction, plus any subsequent overrides or et cetera, would continue into perpetuity.
Yep. Do you want to open the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Public hearing is open. Anyone online or in the audience who would like to speak, please speak up now. Raise your hand. Or just stand up in the audience and
List is getting short.
raise your
online.
hand. Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, and we'll take this up at a future select board meeting.
Could I ask one question
Yep.
about the future? So would it make sense to take this up after we've had a discussion about the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We put it out here now. It's an easy one to put out there, and then there's a conversation.
But we would vote on it after we figure out the
Yes,
structure.
yeah,
Right.
probably after this month.
Thank you.
Okay, and we will receive the recommendation of the Expenditure and Revenue Committee at the next meeting. And we'll have at least 2 meetings to discuss it. And if we don't get it done in 2 meetings, we have until 11:59 on March 31st to do it. Please do not do that. All right. Okay, next, Article 21, resolution expressing support for the Massachusetts Medicare for All legislation. Is there someone in the audience?
Petitioners on.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm online. I mean, I was there in person until about 20 minutes ago. So my name is Frances Lang Laborie. This is my first time at as a petitioner at the select board, and several other people were present who had to leave, who were also in support of this. I should say that this is a resolution simply to put support for Medicare for All on the ballot. So I will say that wait, hold on just one second. I'm so sorry.
Shall I go?
The United States is really virtually the only Western country that does not have a publicly funded universal health care system. It's not a good distinction. And Massachusetts has actually been in the forefront of progressive, equitable movements in affordability in healthcare. Also, at this time, there's a whole bunch of resolutions being presented in other towns in Massachusetts. Having listened to a lot of the discussion about budget problems, I want to say that Brookline would say it's been estimated that through the municipal calculator and with a lot of thinking about this, Brookline would save about $30.5 million in 2027 with this, with Medicare for All. And there's a very compelling study by the University of Massachusetts which shows how much money would be saved throughout the state. It is not only, however, the savings that Brookline and other towns would make. I'm very aware of how many people with our private healthcare system now simply do not get health insurance. And I'm thinking of young people in particular who are locked into jobs purely to get the healthcare benefits. and are not able to do things that would be valuable and that they want to do. And this is true not only for young people, obviously. And employers, including very much the town of Brookline, spend huge amounts of money on healthcare premiums for their employees, money that could be spent so much more beneficially in other ways. I'm not an economist, so I cannot go into detail about the savings. But I do know a number of people, many people, including myself, who are not done well by private insurance companies. Anyway, I certainly think that this should be put on the ballot. It doesn't commit, that would simply allow Brookline residents to vote on it. And really, that's all I have to say. I think it's kind of a no-brainer to put this on the ballot. And I'm sorry not to be there in person, and I'm sorry that the other individuals who were going to be speaking to this are also not able to be here now.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, maybe Alec, who is there, I can see, might like to say something.
Is he a
I take it
co-petitioner?
you're Alec?
No, Alec Lebovitz. Is
Oh,
he
Alec
is he a
Lebovitz. I'm sorry.
co-petitioner?
I am not a co-petitioner, but I would like to speak during the public hearing portion.
Okay.
Okay,
so-
any
so the-
questions before we open public hearing?
I just want to make a clarification for the petitioner. She mentioned a couple of times that this has something to do with a ballot. I'm reading the language of
The warrant.
The warrant.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, with that, let's open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak? I see Alec Lebowitz has his hand up, and Regina Farley. So let's go with Alec first.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Green, and I'll try to be very brief. I agree with Francis, and I strongly support this article. As you heard from Francis, Brookline would stand to save substantially on healthcare costs should the state move to a single-payer model. The financing mechanism that has been proposed in the legislation that this warrant article endorses would replace GIC rates for Brookline with an 8% payroll tax on our total salary line item. As Francis mentioned, that would save the town, based on the FY27 financial plan, $30.5 million in that fiscal year. We'd be talking about going from spending almost $50 million on group health benefits to slightly more than 17. As we've heard earlier this evening, and this is, I think, a very opportune moment to take this article up after having just heard the benefits budget. Healthcare cost increases are really reaching a crisis level for municipalities. And I think it's important to note that one of the advantages of a single payer system, in addition to providing savings through just a change in the financing mechanism for group health benefits, would also be that the state would have substantially greater ability to negotiate and contain the cost of healthcare growth over time. And that would prevent Brookline from facing single-year healthcare cost shocks, such as what we've seen this year with a group health rate increase of 14%. And I think finally, as Francis also touched on, I think this idea very much fits within the community values of Brookline and Massachusetts, and I think really seeks to continue Massachusetts' leading role in setting healthcare policy across the country and really envisioning how concerted state efforts can drive national healthcare policy conversations and reform. We did that already with the Affordable Care Act. That model was pioneered in Massachusetts and expanded nationally. And as to this date, no state has implemented a state-level single-payer system. Some have tried and failed. No state has succeeded at this point, and I think Massachusetts, for a number of reasons, is uniquely situated to succeed where some of those previous efforts have failed. And I think the implications for that, in addition to being a game changer for our municipal budget and for the residents of the Commonwealth, many of whom are either uninsured or underinsured, it also has the potential to drive a really critical national healthcare conversation forward. So I'm a strong supporter of this warrant article. I thank Francis for bringing it forward, and I would encourage the select board to consider voting favorable action. Thank you.
Okay, Regina?
Thank you. Regina Frawley from Precinct 16. I'm not understanding how this would get paid. As somebody who worked till I was 72 to qualify for Medicare, it seems like it wants to save money for the town, but it's going to shift it to someplace else. And if I heard him correctly, he's talking only about those who work. It would be on their taxes somehow or other. I'm not clear, but that's kind of the point. I doubt that you are clear either. And you shouldn't be supporting anything you don't have a real rigorous understanding just because, gee, it sounds great, and gee, everybody, all the young people will have it. I think this is rigorously important, and I think that I would like to hear rigor on the discussion here. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments from the public? Okay, any questions from the select board? Paul?
Yep, I have one for the petitioner. Thanks for, is she still on?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. For the two, I think you referenced two bills in the legislation in your article, in your whereas clauses, or maybe in your
Yes.
resolution. Have you provided the text of those bills? It would be helpful if they're not to send them.
Okay.
Send them to
I
the
will-
board. I did a quick Google and I may be tired and it's late, but I couldn't find them. So it would be helpful to be able to read the various legislation that you're referencing, because basically I assume you're asking, should the resolution pass, would we transmit a letter to the legislature? That's what we would do. Yeah. So it'd be really helpful to make sure that we understand the legislation that we're actually suggesting we support.
I will do
Thank you.
that. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions from the select board or the office, or the audience? Did I close this? I'm sorry, I guess I didn't close the hearing.
Let me just say one additional thing. I appreciate what the woman just asked and what she brought up. And I had anticipated that this might be a question. And actually, Alec sent me a very useful email in response. And if he's still here, he could speak to this.
Yes, just very briefly, what I had referenced was the main finance mechanism in the bill that this warrant article would endorse is replacing what is currently municipal direct contributions from Brookline to the GIC with an assessed 8% tax on our total salary line item. So essentially a 7% state payroll tax. While that may sound like a lot, or excuse me, it's actually an 8% tax. That may sound like a lot in a vacuum, but as I mentioned, that actually represents a substantial reduction in the town's requested contribution for group health benefits. And Regina is right. Some costs will shift through the economy. That is true. That's part of, I think, the point of the healthcare financing reform that's trying to be advanced in this bill. But I think the important thing to emphasize along with that is that the total cost of healthcare will be reduced. And the counterfactual relative difference in how much healthcare cost will grow over time will make the reduction even more substantial. So while who pays what amount may shift somewhat, most people, including small businesses, including municipalities, and I would argue, I believe most residents will pay less overall. So I just would add that.
Okay, David.
So just a question about you cited substantial savings for the town. Do you have some kind of estimate based on current numbers?
Yeah, done it earlier.
Yeah, so for FY27, we've forecasted 47.6 million in group health benefits under the status quo. With an 8% tax assessed on our payroll, that would be 17.1 million roughly. So that's the difference of 30.5 million that we referenced earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Paul?
Yeah, I was just going to add that, Alex referenced the fact that overall healthcare would be less, and that's true because there's tremendous inefficiency within the system because of the for-profit health insurance companies. In my wife's practice, she's a physician. They have several people that are dedicated to do nothing but chase insurance companies, right? Just to get them to pay, because there's a rejection, and they put you through hoops just for the healthcare provider to get paid. So there's tremendous inefficiency, and if you cut out that efficiency, there'd be tremendous savings. So anyway, thought I'd add that.
Okay, I'm sorry, Michael?
I'm just bringing up one of the links, and it talks about there's an employer payroll tax. There's also an employee tax based on AGI. There's also a 10% tax on unearned income and a 10% tax for self-employed individuals and an exemption. So that, the taxing structure seems relatively complicated, and I'm not sure that I understand it all. I don't understand, for example, the effect on seniors and fixed incomes who are getting Medicare now, which is generally much less expensive than private insurance, because it seems like the cost is shifting from basically paying based on your healthcare needs to paying based on your incomes. So that there is a lot of shifting going on.
Yeah. Can I ask a question? I'm sure you know the answer, Alex does. Medicare doesn't pay all your hospital costs, or I'm sorry, all of your medical costs. So given that, is your estimates of the savings that would come from such a system totally accurate or able to be assessed? I have Medicare, but I also have insurance through the GIC. So, Medicare for All is going to give people Medicare, but not GIC insurance, or something comparable.
So to
unless it's
respond
included
just
in
very
the system.
briefly, so one thing I do want to stress, and I work in health policy, so happy to get wonky on this if people are interested, but a single payer state level system will not actually be Medicare for all, because Medicare for all is a federally administered Medicare rather, is a federally administered program. The state has no ability to directly administer Medicare. How the states can have some influence over how Medicare is administered and also how Medicaid is administered on the state level is through the negotiation of waivers with the federal government. That allows states to customize some of these programs and how they operate within state borders. What has been a staple of previous proposals and Vermont's attempted move to a state-level single-payer system has been alongside the establishment of a state-level financing system, what Michael alluded to, and a state-level insurance coverage system that covers non-Medicare eligible people and people who are currently on Medicaid. It typically involves trying to use your waiver authority to customize the way Medicare and Medicaid are implemented in Massachusetts to fill in the gaps, essentially, for where we would need federal support. So even though, we would ensure, say, dual eligible seniors could receive coverage under a state single-payer system, if you only currently receive Medicare coverage, it's highly likely that you would just continue to receive Medicare coverage, with potentially the state offering supplemental coverage to address the coverage gaps in Medicare that you referenced earlier, Bernard.
Thank you. John?
I must confess that when, resolutions such as this come along, I don't quite know what to do. Excuse me, because, we've heard Alex tonight, present the case for it. The numbers seem, themselves to be, I don't know how to explain that just by magically calling it Medicare for all, and by imposing a tax which will only raise a certain amount of money, the difference between that amount of money and the amount of money we're spending now on, healthcare equals how much we'll be saving on healthcare. Well, maybe we'll be getting like 1/3 the healthcare for 1/3 the money. For us to delve into this seriously, and I think it's a very serious topic, but the fact of the matter is there hasn't been a successful single-payer healthcare system in any state in the country as so far. Vermont tried it and abandoned it. So we at Brookline Town Meeting will take on, in the middle of everything else we're trying to do, the debate over, what would a single-payer healthcare system look like, even though we can't adopt a single-payer healthcare system at the town level. And what are we supposed to do? Call in experts on healthcare finance from all over the country to testify on this, that, the other aspects of it, and at the end of the day, for what purpose? I mean, we could try to settle the debate over whether single-payer healthcare would be a better system than the system we have at the floor of Brookline Town Meeting, but it wouldn't have any effect in terms of resulting in there being a single-payer healthcare system. So I'm just not sure how much time we want to spend on this.
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing, because I'm not an expert in the finances of it.
Nor am I.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to pretend to be. Yeah.
But really what we're talking about is making healthcare accessible for everyone. This is a step along the way. All of these questions, financial questions, need to be worked out. But really what we're saying is the system that we have now is so burdensome and excludes so many individuals and families. It's not working. And I feel as if it wouldn't only be Brookline in any case, because there's a lot of other towns that are voting on this, or hopefully will be voting on it. It's just expressing, in a way, a commitment to a less, not a profit-driven, but a more equitable approach to healthcare.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing. We all agree with that. Let me just throw out one concern I have. Medicaid, this is not Medicare for all, as Alex described, and I should have known that because Medicare is a federal program and we're talking about a state program. So, I mean, the warrant article is kind of confusing, and it's going to confuse town meeting, and we're going to get bogged down in trying
It
to.
says Medicare for all, right?
Yeah, it says Medicare for all, but that means nothing. And we can get bogged down in trying to unravel, what we're really talking about. And it seems to me it's going to be a real, what show.
I do just want to flag it's 11 o'clock. And you
I want to just suggest something to the petitioner, maybe to Alec, and it is based on what you just said, and John kind of triggered this thought for me. There's going to have to be a significant effort to educate town meeting as to what this is, you're actually asking town meeting to resolve for two specific bills. Town meeting will need to understand what those bills are, what the economics of those bills, what are the trade-offs. There's a huge heavy lift here because you're referencing something very specific. I don't know if the resolution can be modified so it's not so specific, but if you're going to get that specific, there has to be a lot of education, I think, at town meeting for the town meeting to approve it, and then for the board to be able to, get behind and send a letter.
Can I make a suggestion, which is the first thing we'd have to do is get a ruling from the moderator, is can you take a resolution which is titled Medicare for All, and instead say, well, it's not really a debate about Medicare for all, it's a debate about a single-payer health care. And I'm like, okay, what? I don't know.
It's not a scrivener's
It was
error.
introduced as being for Medicare for all.
Yeah.
I mean,
let's try to wrap this up.
okay,
but
so first, I don't know if we're going to be taking a vote tonight. It sounds like.
Oh, no.
But to Paul's point, there is obviously a lot of education. I think that the way the resolution is worded, the details actually do matter. because what the petitioners are asking town meeting to do and asking the select board to make a recommendation on is support of a, as you say, a specific set of bills that have specific mechanisms in there for accomplishing a specific goal around healthcare. And I'm just really concerned not about the overall objective, but about the details and the specifics, the follow-on impacts, the economic analysis, the tax consequences. You know, all of those things have to really be well understood for all the various populations who are all going to be affected in different ways.
You know,
Okay.
let me just say, as the petitioner, these are all really important points. I'm very glad that you have mentioned them. I'm glad that you're not going to vote on it tonight, it sounds like. And so I appreciate this response.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public hearing if I haven't already closed it, and we're not going to take this up tonight. So let's move on to the next and final item, hopefully the final item, which is, pardon me?
Meredith.
Thank you for sticking around, Meredith.
Of course.
Question of calling a special town meeting on Tuesday, May 26th at 7:30 p.m. at the high school auditorium and Zoom remote meeting to waive requirements of section 2.1.2 through 2.1.4 of the town's bylaws to open and then close the warrant and to insert in said warrant 2 articles. And
I just waited. Melissa was going to talk briefly about the mechanics of this. And
Okay.
then Meredith will talk about the substance.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so the board essentially is looking, we had talked a couple weeks ago about the board using the special town meeting and scheduling that within the annual town meeting. The way that you're doing that is by essentially scheduling it for 7:30. The annual town meeting will start at 7. This will open up at 7:30, and then you'll schedule it according to what fits the rest of the town meeting schedule. So my memo provides the mechanism for you to be able to do that. Just don't forget that the very last page of my memo after the articles, you also need to execute the warrant. So I will toss it over to Meredith to describe the articles that will be filed if the board chooses to call this special town meeting.
Okay,
Thank you,
We have to execute the warrant today?
Yes.
Okay, do we have that?
It's back in your conference room.
Okay.
Ready to go if you want to sign it.
Okay.
So
Yes, go ahead.
I thought it would be helpful just to sort of recap what brought us to this moment. Back in February 3rd, Economic Development Division presented our recommendations for the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study, which is a study that's been underway since 2024. And included amongst those recommendations was a proposal for an overlay zoning district. The Select Board opted to hold a public hearing regarding those recommendations on February 10th. On February 24th, we were given direction from the Select Board to move forward with submitting for the Select Board's consideration a package of warrant articles addressing the overlay zoning, as well as a package of protections in the form of a memorandum of agreement and tax certainty agreement with City Realty, the owner of the Chestnut Hill Office Park at 1280 and 1330 Boylston Street. So that is what we have submitted this evening. There are the 2 warrant articles. There's the set of proposed zoning bylaw amendments to incorporate the overlay districts, the Chestnut Hill Commercial Overlay District, as well as a separate warrant article that would authorize the Select Board to enter into an MOA and tax certainty agreement with City Realty. So updates to the zoning since you saw the draft zoning in your packet for February 3rd. There have been some adjustments, primarily in response to conversations we had with the Planning Board. We had a presentation and then a workshop with the Planning Board and then a follow-up discussion. So we've incorporated some of those changes that they requested in terms of setbacks and height limitations in certain areas of the district. And we have also removed 4 properties that are on the National Register from the easternmost part of the district, so along Dunster Road. So the study boundaries have changed slightly on the eastern side. There were a couple of other follow-up items and requests that were brought up at the February 3rd meeting, one regarding sort of the transportation board having the opportunity to weigh in on the anticipated traffic impacts associated with this upzoning. So we did receive the future capacity analysis from our transportation consultant. The T-Board is going to be reviewing that. They're going to receive a presentation from the consultant and then some feedback from our transportation engineering division staff with sort of their technical assessment of Kittleson's work and recommendations. And that's going to be at their March 18th meeting next week. And then finally, there was the request that we circle back with Newton. We've been in touch with our counterparts in the Newton Planning Department as well as the transportation planning staff regarding this study process. However, with the benefit of the study recommendations finalized and us finalizing the zoning, we have been in more recent communication just to update them on where things have landed, and then, you know, giving them the talking points that they need to answer questions from Newton City Councilors and leadership. We also participated in a meeting with Town Administrator Jazz Carey and the Newton Mayor, Mayor Laredo, regarding this proposal as well. So that's sort of our update and where things stand.
Yep. Just to follow up on that, and thank you, Meredith. I met with the planning staff, and I went out to Newton and had a staff-to-staff meeting. We also, so I spoke to the mayor. I spoke to Councilor Lyle Baker, who came here to speak to you with his concerns about the site and the proposed rezoning. I also then spoke to on Monday night with the Newton City Council's Committee on Planning and Zoning. They raised similar concerns. Their two concerns remain primarily how traffic will be handled at the intersection of Route 9 and Hammond Street, and about the parcel north of Route 9 where the Star Market parking lot is. They continue to be concerned about the potential of that being rezoned in such a way that disincentivizes keeping the parking there. They're very concerned about the parking for that supermarket. We've talked about how, because of the interrelated nature of the special permit that Newton issued for that supermarket, and the fact that the owner of the supermarket also owns the parking lot across the line in Brookline. The parking lot's in Brookline, the supermarket's in Newton. It would be very hard for them to get rid of that parking. Basically impossible. Like they could replace it theoretically with underground parking or structured parking, but they can't get rid of it because they would have to change the use of the entire space, and then they would have to go through rezoning in Newton, a new special permit or rezoning in Newton along with here. So, we try to assuage that. We talked about how at a staff-to-staff level, we're setting up a task force to deal with these issues. We talked about how Route 9 is a concern for us, not just for these projects, but in general, that traffic is increasing, and we need to be working on mitigation and pedestrian safety along with driver safety. So it was a positive conversation. You saw the letter from Councilor Baker that was sent today in your packets, reiterating those concerns, but also indicating that the thanking us for being in good dialogue with them and continuing the conversation. So I think on the whole, positive steps in our conversations with Newton. They have concerns, and we're working to address them.
Cool.
Yeah, I had a quick question for Meredith. So I just wanted to make sure you spoke as to what the directive was from the board for you to do. And I think you left out the 12-story amendment, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's another whole package of stuff that the board had asked planning to do, right?
Yes, so thank you. I did omit that. So there were 3 steps. It was submit this warrant article proposal with the 14-story maximum height, consolidate the study recommendations in a report format that people had the benefit of referring to as they're going through the warrant article review process, and then finally to prepare an amendment with a maximum height of 12 stories.
Okay. So just a follow-up on that, Bernard, real quick. So Michael and I had a good conversation yesterday about this whole project and its life and vitality and ups and downs. And I shared concerns that I have with Michael about the possibility of this thing passing or not passing. But we talked about the 12 stories, and you asked me to do something, to reach out to the 5 town meeting members that serve on the advisory group, and I did that. So last night and most of the day today, I did reach out and have conversations with each and every one of them, over the phone personally. It wasn't through email. And each one of them said that they won't support 12 stories. So I actually want to. They won't support 12 stories. So bringing the thing forward isn't at this time. Maybe at some other time, but right now there's not enough time to adjudicate 12 stories in a way that would be effective. So I actually would like to strongly recommend that planning not waste their time developing amendments for 12 stories, negotiating MOUs with, because we'd have to do all that work again, with City Realty, because I don't think it's going to amount to a hill of beans. There's not support for it at this time. It could be in the future, but at this time, that combination won't happen. So I wanted to report back, at least to Michael, that it's a non-starter at 12 stories. So I don't think we should waste our time on it.
Okay. I agree. Let's not waste our time. Michael, what do you think?
A couple of things. First of all, thank you, both for the conversation.
I had hoped for a better outcome, but
yes, and thank you for reaching out. So one of the things that I had looked at in terms of sort of the challenge of the moment is that I went back and looked actually at the MBTA Communities Act process. And one of the things that I noticed was that the agreement that you ultimately shepherded through to 83–84% of town meeting's vote actually occurred about less than 30 days, around 30 days from the time that that town meeting began. And it was a set of amendments to the warrant articles that were ultimately filed. As I have said repeatedly, that I am still hopeful, and I believe that there are trade-offs and negotiations to be considered, and am looking forward to those conversations. I want to respect the multiple years of effort that have been put together by the planning department, the community advisory group, the number of other stakeholders who have been involved. And as you and I discussed yesterday, this process is in some ways more complex than other processes because we have not only the town and the community and the neighborhoods and people who are expressing those set of interests, but we are also concerned about the economic viability, and because we have a project in place, we have more present expressions of what would be economically viable or not. And it is my hope that over the course of this examination that those considerations of economic viability continue to be reviewed and examined and thoroughly vetted. But first of all, I want to thank Meredith. I want to thank Kara, the rest of the staff, Mike Sandman, and the rest of the community advisory group, again, for their continued engagement and work on this and raising a number of critical questions that have continued to be incorporated into this body of work. I'm very excited about this. I think it represents both a vision for the entire study area as well as a project which will deliver significant benefits to the town, as I have mentioned in the past. And I am ready to take the next steps and continue to move forward with all parties engaged.
Okay, John.
Well, I just want to ask Michael, just help me understand. So you're still aiming at the May 26th special town meeting? Is that?
That is, at this point, that is correct.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm sorry, I wasn't finished. Yeah. So something came to my attention, and it was actually today. And yet it's something that, maybe should have been part of these discussions for some time now. There's always been this kind of question hanging over this whole process that it's aimed at an entire, district, which, incorporates many, many other properties in addition to the properties owned by City Realty, where there's this 1412-7 proposal. And it's been kind of a mystery, like, well, if we rezone, the entire district, what other developments might be possible in the other parts of the district? And then I found out today that there's, I just happen not to have had a conversation with this person until today. There's a very significant owner there, and his company is called Growth Companies. And he happens to have the immediately adjacent parcel to the west of Tully Street, which is currently a parking area. But he also happens to have commercial properties to the east side of Tully Street. And he happens to have an interest in possibly purchasing some residential properties that are adjacent to his property on the east side of Tully Street. And he is in a position of, from his perspective, of having presented to the town a plausible plan under which he too would become a developer through this zoning that we're proposing to do for the area, if only he could get a little bit of agreement to some special circumstances that would have to be met for him to be able to do the development that he would propose to do. But he kind of feels like he's just been getting the cold shoulder, and no one seems to be interested in paving the way for him to do a development. And, I'm not going to judge whether that's an accurate description. That's his description of what's going on here. But as soon as we open the door to the possibility of there being more than one developer who would like to do development in this district, I mean, first of all, that's kind of what we wanted to happen. So you would think we would do everything we can to encourage this person. And then second of all, you have to then begin a discussion, which we haven't yet had, which is how much development can this whole area sustain? And if we're only talking to one developer about one part of the rezoned area, and if that developer uses up a lot of the capacity to absorb, additional units of, well, let's say additional units of housing, a whole bunch of units of housing, a hotel, some retail, some office, it impacts what might be allowable for the next person who wants to develop, because now we've already, said yes to a whole bunch of activity happening at one end of this whole area without, introducing the possibility that other developers might want to do their thing, and they might not have the same opportunity to do development if, for example, there has been an additional burden on transportation created by the westmost development. So I don't know what we're going to do if we do this special town meeting at May 26th, and this particular developer, shows up and says, I can't seem to get anywhere with the people at Town Hall. I've got a plan. I'd like to do some development. How are we going to justify only sort of paving the way for one development when there's another credible owner who says he's not getting similar treatment? I hope I haven't mischaracterized what he's been saying. But that's a big concern for me, and I just want people to know that.
Meredith, you want to respond or fill in information?
Yes, thank you. So, growth companies, we've been engaged with growth companies since before we launched the study process. We've had a lot of individual meetings with them. They participated in almost every community advisory group meeting in 2025. They've attended almost every economic development advisory board subcommittee meeting and discussion. Growth Companies has been very involved and engaged in this process and conversations about development opportunities in this area. Throughout much of that time, there was not a specific development concept that Growth Companies was able to share with us to help us better understand where their concerns and pain points might be within the proposed zoning in the draft format. So on the day of the warrant article filing deadline, we did receive that proposal or a concept that it's still sort of there are question marks about the extent to which that even would conform to the existing zoning. You know, of course, we're happy to continue those conversations. You know, we included Growth Companies in the East Block in the Chestnut Hill 4.0, you know, in recognition of sort of development potential that exists on that block, and giving parity with the City Realty proposal. We also understand, you know, and have contemplated in the zoning the challenges of their Tully Street parking lot and what will be required in order to redevelop that. We don't want it to be a gap tooth in the study area. So I was forwarded the letter and the communication, and so I did just want to state that, you know, we have included in the zoning that in the 4.0, you can submit a project proposal for non-contiguous lots only in that sub-district, and that was specifically contemplating the Tully Street parking lot and the situation that Growth Companies is in, and what they would need in order to redevelop that. And, you know, I'd be happy to walk you through different aspects of the zoning where we were, you know, thinking specifically about Growth Companies and issues that they had raised with us in conversations with the Economic Development Advisory Board Subcommittee. And I, you know, would happy to continue that conversation. Another suggestion that I think could be helpful would be sort of reaching out to the Economic Development Advisory Board for their feedback about the extent to which, you know, we feel like all developers' interests and opportunities have been appropriately reflected in the zoning proposal.
Okay, David?
So I share John's concern. We received this letter from Growth Companies just today, and that letter essentially says that the zoning as currently drafted would not be economically viable for them. And they are the only other ownership present on the 4.0 portion of this rezoning. So when we are thinking about economic viability, which was raised earlier by Michael, and all of us care about economic viability, of course, I think we need to reach consensus about what that means for the entirety of the stretch, not just one portion. And I appreciate what Meredith has just said about ongoing conversations, and I'm sure that'll happen, but I'm a little worried that we are putting way too much work on you and Kara and on others to be able to work all of this out by May 26th. And even Growth Companies aside, you mentioned that the Transportation Board's meeting on March 18th to formally address the traffic plan, and we don't know specifically what they might recommend from that and what changes or modifications might need to be made in furtherance of their suggestions, if any. Also, it sounds like the meetings with Newton are at a preliminary stage. In terms of other developers who are involved in other portions of this Route 9 district for Chestnut Hill West, there's also WS. It's not clear whether their vision is achieved by this zoning. Also, there is Salvatore owns another portion. Now, I say this not because I'm suggesting that we abandon everything we've done. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I do think that we're being a bit unrealistic to hold this special town meeting on May 26th, because it sounds like there's still a fairly significant amount of work that needs to be done. And I want to see whatever we do end up having at town meeting pass. I want this to be successful. And if town meeting hears that there are other developers who feel that this zoning does not address their needs, that's going to be problematic in terms of achieving passage. I would like to see buy-in from everybody if it's possible. Maybe it's not possible and then we ultimately vote on it anyway. But I would like to see these other parties given the opportunity at least to come together to make sure that all of their needs are being addressed so that we could achieve that 84% like the MBTCA consensus plan.
Okay. Chaz?
I think
His hand was ready. It's been up for a while.
Really up there.
I think Meredith may be too diplomatic to say this. Growth Company sends you a letter the day you are debating this, after over a year of process on this, in which they have been deeply involved. It's not even a 2-page letter, and it says, we have concerns. Of course, we have other concerns. Growth companies and City Realty are competitors. There is an ulterior motive to this letter, a clear ulterior motive to this letter. Sure. It's not even particularly subtle, right? We see now that that what we thought was theoretical is now becoming reality. And even though the town has been begging them, please give us something so that we can build something that, to your point, David, conforms to this vision, they've said they haven't done it. And then when they did it on the deadline, it didn't seem to be workable. And so they do what any good competitor will do in these situations, try and sink it. This is a letter that's trying to sink this process.
Whoa. Chess, I think you're going a little too far with that assumption. I can understand you having a concern about it coming in at the last minute, but I don't see a property owner trying to sink something. I see a property owner saying, we'd like to have some more time so that I'm going to read it, as we would not be able to partake in the ability to develop our properties while having to put up with the increased traffic zoning to the area, we have no choice but to state our position against the proposed zoning amendment. We hope at the very least the proposed zoning can be delayed until more time has been put into this effort.
How much more time do they need?
Can I finish?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I understand you're upset.
No, it's not upset. I mean, I think he's accurately stating in this letter.
So I want to speak about on this subject in general. And I conveyed this to Mike. We had a good conversation about this. I am really concerned about this not passing. Right? To achieve a 2/3 vote with the number of issues that are unresolved. There's a number of them. I could list them, but there's a number of them. I just wrote them down as you were talking. The town wants a solution. City Realty wants a solution. The neighborhood wants a solution. Nobody is saying that we don't want to redevelop Chestnut Hill West. I think what they're saying is we need a little more time. My fear is that we go to town meeting with this proposal and we roll the dice on it and you don't achieve a 2/3 vote and then it's dead. I think with a little more time, taking a step back to get parties together, to address the issues with traffic, with the Department of Transportation, figure out these U-turns, a little more work with Newton to get that settled down. I know that Kara has suggested doing some due diligence on the actual pro forma, signing an NDA, which we've done with every other project of this magnitude, to get a good sense of whether it's viable, what they're proposing. I do think we need to get a little more input from growth companies. And most importantly, we need to bring South Brookline into the fold here. They're all saying no. So that, coupled with, and dare I say it, BBD also sent us a letter that said, we don't support it. There's not going to be a 2/3 vote for this. So I I would like to make a suggestion. And I'll make the suggestion, and I'm willing to put time in to try to help with this. We need this project to be successful. I just don't know if it's exactly this proposal, but we need a plan to redevelop Chestnut Hill West. I think it can be found with a little bit more time. The economy's not great, interest rates are high, oil's through the roof. You know, this thing, they're not gonna start digging September 1st, right? We don't need to rush this. I'm not suggesting that we kick it way out, but I think scheduling this special town meeting for September, let's get through the summer, having these conversations, having a deadline. I would suggest September 30th as the special town meeting. We march to that to work towards a consensus solution. And whatever that solution is, by March 30th, September 30th, if we can't come to agreement with parties and this comes back on, you have a much better way of selling that at town meeting to say, you said you weren't involved, we didn't listen, you had a lot of concerns, you had the opportunity over the summer to raise your concerns, we're working together to find consensus between the neighborhood, South Brookline, City Realty, and growth companies, and the town for that matter. And we bring that solution to town meeting in September.
Okay.
A focused, one second, Bernard, a focused special town meeting that there's nothing else on the agenda, there's not a budget, we're not scrambling around with other stuff, it's only this. I think this is important enough to have that focus and a little bit more time to develop it. So I would strongly suggest that we schedule this special town meeting for September 30th.
Okay, I'd like to move the question on the agenda, and that is the May 26th town meeting. And if we decide to not move the articles at that town meeting, we can do that. If it seems like more time would enable us to get an agreement that is workable. But I don't want to stand here and spend all night talking about sort of a hypothetical alternative way of doing this. So,
I think
David?
Well, I don't think it's
not hypothetical.
I don't think it's hypothetical. That was a very specific proposal.
Well, in terms of ability to pull together an agreement with all the parties, that would work.
So there's a perception, and I'm hearing it's not the reality, but there's a perception that all the parties haven't been heard from. And as Paul just said, if we spend a little more time meeting with everybody and they're still saying the same thing in September, then they're not going to have credibility before town meeting. But if we go full steam ahead for May 26th with all these issues still hanging in the air, and then these same entities come forward at town meeting and say, we weren't heard from, the process was improper, what about our parcels? That's going to sway votes. It will. And we all want this to pass, and it needs a 2/3 majority. Now, I want to be clear. I'm not saying abandon 14-12-7. I'm saying let's take seriously the letters that we're receiving from these groups. The growth company's letter didn't say abandon 14-12-7. It didn't say that. It said if you can follow these specific steps, we would appreciate it. Can we have further discussions about it? And it might be compatible with the 14-12-7. Their asks were not height related per se, they weren't detailed around height. And I don't see any harm to increasing the probability of passage, which we all want, by having a slight delay. Now, I don't know if I agree with Paul about September 30th. I think maybe a little earlier in September might be better. But I think buying a little more time, just a little. May 26th is what is being proposed here on the agenda, and if it's, say, a mid-late September date, that's basically just 3 more months. That's not a super long delay. And in that time, it would be very difficult for growth companies, Salvatore, WS, South Brookline, Chestnut Hill, the neighbors, to say that they still haven't been heard from if we're committing to giving them that time to craft something that works for everybody. And if it doesn't work for everybody, we have this 14-12-7. I would be prepared to vote the the current plan as what we place for a September special town meeting. And if there's an amendment before then so be it, but hopefully it would be a vetted amendment.
I mean, September town meeting, you can get a sort of selected group of people, and I'm not sure that that's a good way of going forward with this type of proposal.
What do you mean a selected group of people?
Not every, it's it's a irregular date for town meeting, and, you know, there'll be.
We've had them in February, in the middle of winter to
And we have a
accommodate,
different audience or a different town meeting than we do at our regular town meetings. And that's just my view of things.
Well,
So you're saying, okay.
Well, you moved it, well, you had made a
moved it,
motion
yeah.
for.
And we'll see if it passes.
I'd like to amend your motion.
Yeah.
So I want to
Put
amend.
in another date, huh?
I'm going to change the date. So I'd like, I think September 30th gives you, remember, we need time for whatever gets developed and agreed to. It still would need to go through advisory, because it's going to be it'll be an amended article. So I think September 30th gets everybody back from school.
Okay, let's, okay, that.
In order to do that,
Yep.
you would have to amend the contents as well, because the contents reference the special town meeting May 30th.
Okay.
So it's not just
Okay.
the special town meeting.
So we'll make the changes to the article to make it a September 30th special town meeting. So I'm offering, I want to get my motion on the table. I would like to amend the special town meeting, instead of being May 26th, I'd like to offer September 30th, and direct staff to make the adjustments to the articles and materials to reference September 30th special town meeting instead of a May 26th.
Jazz?
So if you're going to do that, just procedurally, you got to check with the town clerk and the moderator first to see if it's possible. We got to figure out if we can get the high school and so forth. What I would suggest is that you direct us to go check and see if that's feasible, if an end of September date is feasible, and then we can bring that back to you.
Well,
You can take that vote.
Okay, so I appreciate that advice. I'd like to take the vote. If we want to say contingent upon, the availability of the high school, but I would like to have the vote.
Okay, so just so I'm clear about what you're asking.
Yep.
What you are proposing is that the feedback that all of these people have given us for the last 2 years can potentially change, not in the next 80 days, but in the next 170 days, roughly, right, to the end of September. And you think that the difference between that 80-day window and the 170-day window will change either what Growth Companies does or what the members of South Brookline who are on the CA.
I think what it will change is what town meeting does. You keep losing sight of the goal here. The goal is 2/3 vote. You do not have a 2/3 vote. It will not pass. Bernard.
You keep saying we do not have
Bernard,
a 2/3 vote, and we have not had the
Bernard,
town
I'm
meeting
saying
yet.
that
Guessing that.
I'm
that's-
saying the likelihood of a 2/3 vote is very, very low. And all these issues that have been raised need a little bit more time.
And you do not believe that the 80 days between now and town
No.
meeting is sufficient time?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so you have an amendment to my motion on the floor. Let's just vote on that.
So we're going to vote, Michael,
Wait, no, go ahead.
I want to know what the amendment is.
to change the special town meeting from May 26th, whatever's in here, to September 30th.
Conditional on it being practical or being doable.
We need to know if the date's available.
We can't, there's language in here that reflects a May date, so in the articles. So we would need, basically what your amendment is you're directing us to bring back to you a package for a September 30th town meeting for you to open, because then the formal votes that you have to take about opening and closing the warrant and so forth are things that can't be undone, and then you run that, MBTA Communities Act issue where we had a bunch of special town meetings that we had to call and then uncall. So rather than doing that here, I would suggest that the motion be that you direct us to prepare for September 30th special town meeting, and that we come back to you with the revised documentation that says September 30th is the date, or as close thereto as possible if that can be.
I mean, if that's-
Could I just add one more thing too? Sorry. You wouldn't need to waive the notice provisions if you were calling it in September because you have the 75 days. So that's another reason why you've got a little bit more time if that's what you choose to do.
I will note the city realty proposal is roughly 5 acres. The growth company's proposal is roughly, it's somewhere between an acre and a quarter to an acre and a half. Every delay of a month costs the town roughly somewhere between $350,000 to $525,000.
Well, how do you determine that?
Based on the stability tax, the calculation that we made for what the net fiscal impact is of this project, it's between 4.3 million per year and, I'm sorry, 4.2 million and 6.3 million a year. I am just pointing out the trade-offs. And your assertion that, as Bernard said, that we don't have a 2/3 vote is true because we haven't had town meeting yet. And I know that you don't believe that we can get there, but.
So, Michael, you may respond to Michael's, your assertion about this cost, this lost revenue potential cost.
Yes.
Everything about the net fiscal impact is a guesstimate, okay? There's a whole bunch of assumptions there. There's no guarantee that City Realty's going to be able to start when they think they're going to start for the first building. There's no guarantee. There's actually nothing that forces them to create the second building, right? They get up to 5 years. I mean, there's no guarantee for you to be able to assign what a few months of trying to get this right. And trying to tie a revenue to some of that is an absolute guess, and it's not convincing.
There'll be some cost. Maybe you don't know exactly what it is, but it's going to be a cost. David?
But I think the cost analysis is a little more complex than that, because if it's true that the growth company's parcel can't be effectively developed under the current zoning, and if it's true that WS might not be able to do what they want, and Salvatore might not be able to do what they want, and a traffic suggestion that might or might not come on March 18th impacts projects in some way, we also need to analyze those potential numbers, because if we have zoning that works for the entire stretch, then presumably we would have development that is providing an even larger net fiscal benefit than we would if we try to push something through that, even if successful, and I share Paul's concern that we might get to a 2/3 majority now, might be less. So I don't know that we really have that data yet.
But we also have the option, if this passes and City Realty continues to move forward with their project, to continue conversations with growth companies and WS Development, et cetera, and as we've done with other zoning issues like ADUs and so forth, go back and make changes. But if we don't do this, then we will definitely be delaying City Realty, and we haven't even talked to them about the impact of what a 3-month delay would be.
Well, again, part of this discussion about how much we're tailoring our actions to City Realty. I mean, they're reinforcing the point that actually the other property owner made in their letter to us, that they're not being considered at all.
Meredith? Answer.
In trying to interpret from the staff perspective about policy direction in this discussion. What I'm hearing is that the select board, unless there is a specific developer and development proposal for near-term redevelopment on the table, you're not comfortable moving forward with that. And so I'm looking for clarification. David, the idea of not moving forward until WS has made a public statement saying we support this zoning. If they don't have a specific project proposal, it's going to be very challenging for them to come out and make that statement publicly. And even in terms of assessing, the financial feasibility, if they're going to say we might be interested in a boutique hotel 10 years from now, assessing the financial feasibility of that hotel based on current day is going to be very challenging. So I'm struggling at the staff perspective to understand what I can do as follow-up items that are going to make you feel more comfortable with moving forward with this proposal. I would also say, going back to the study objectives and incentivizing, creating strategies and proposals to incentivize significant net new commercial tax growth. Part of that, and when we set out in this project and before City Realty entered the picture as the new owner of the Chestnut Hill Office Park was, we're supposed to be creating zoning that's going to get developers to think more critically about what they can do under this upzoning opportunity that's going to bring additional commercial revenue for the town, and to establish a planning framework for the study area. So that's what we put in front of you today. And then I think the benefit of the City Realty being involved in the conversation is we have a very clear picture from one particular part of the study based on near-term redevelopment and a specific proposal, what that's going to translate to in terms of net fiscal impact. And I think it would be helpful for the Economic Development Advisory Board to maybe fill in some of the additional gaps about, the value of the incentives that we're providing in the rest of the study area. But I would like clarification about, if you are going to be postponing this, what specifically do you need in order to feel more comfortable with moving forward?
So specifically for me, I would like to see growth companies, WS, Salvatore, specifically approached about their thoughts on the zoning. That doesn't mean cave to it, but have a full understanding of what they're asking for, why they're asking for it, whether those tweaks could be made to the current zoning or it would require abandoning everything. I'm not looking to abandon everything. I am looking at trying to get the zoning to a point where everybody can, or almost everybody can be on board with it, where we can have the 84% type support at town meeting where it passes. Because what's going to happen is, if we don't get a 2/3 majority at town meeting, the 3-month delay you're talking about will be more, it could be a never, or it could be a much longer delay until the next town meeting with a totally different proposal. And I think what'll happen is, if this fails, City Realty will probably come back with a housing choice under the housing choice statute proposal for housing only. And that would only require 50% at town meeting, and maybe they'd have the votes for that. That would not be good for the neighborhood. It would be even worse for the town from a fiscal perspective. Of course, certain housing goals would be met, but from a fiscal perspective, for a corridor that we want to see robust commercial, it would really be a lost opportunity. And if they don't go that route, if we wait maybe a year and a half or so, we're going to be under the 10% safe harbor threshold. And then there will be not one, but actually 2 40Bs, because the owner of the 40B, the approved 40B project for Sheaf and Hammond, has already stated that he would build a hotel if some kind of zoning akin to what's being proposed today passes. So if this fails, we end up with either housing choice or we end up with 2 40Bs. We have a lost opportunity for net new revenue. It would be financially disastrous for the town. So I understand that where you're coming from, Michael. You're saying, given that I'm saying that, we should be supporting this now. I don't think it's going to pass now, not with a developer saying that this doesn't work and that they won't be able to add to the net new revenue. And without really having WS on record, some of the other owners on record, I want this to pass. I don't want it to fail. I don't want us to be in that position where the 3-month delay turns into a never. or we end up with 240Bs. We can do a lot better than that for this corridor, which is not to say let's throw out the proverbial baby with the bathwater. I'm totally fine with putting the 14, 12, 7. I'm just saying let's do it in September to have a little more time so that all these groups that are saying that they haven't been sufficiently included or that their concerns haven't been sufficiently addressed get a very public opportunity to do that. And if they don't exercise that opportunity we're giving them with this extension, then that's on them.
Okay.
And then we go to town meeting in September. Town meeting will hear that narrative and will act accordingly.
Okay, Chaz, you have your hand up? Or just
Yeah,
scratching your ear?
I mean, just briefly, I mean, the other thing you have to consider here is the impact of this decision with the overlay on any potential decision you make on an override question, right? What is the narrative you send out to the public if you put an override question on the ballot? What are you asking of them, for how much? And what else are we doing to deal with the issues of property taxes? So I think if you're going to think about doing this a different way, you have to think about how to tailor that narrative accordingly. Because it's, you know, the question that I get asked at these Budget 101 meetings is, what are you doing besides raising my property taxes? And I think you got to make a strong case that, to your point, David, what you're doing is you're trying to get something passed and you're trying to get it through. Because, you know, the story that's going to come out of this is, here it is, another delay. You know, a bombshell letter on the at the 11th hour from a developer who has been to every single meeting.
Just
Wait, Paul, let him finish, okay? You jump in too much.
No, and I jumped in on Paul earlier, so I apologize.
I raised my hand. It's
yeah,
okay.
you know, like, you know, it's chum in the water. It's such a. I'm not going to say publicly what I think it is, because I worry that it would have a deleterious impact on the town's bargaining position. If we're going to let every last-minute, 11th hour thing throw a wrench in the proceedings and go chasing after it, as opposed to at some point putting our foot down and saying, you know what, we're going to take the chance, then we need to have a really good narrative for why we're doing what we're doing. And so I hear what your narrative is, and it makes perfect intuitive sense to me. I know the end goal here is 2/3 vote, something that passes town meeting. I get it. But I also think, you know, to your point, David, about, you know, how making sure these people have been heard. These people have been heard. This objector in particular has been heard. So to demonstrate to them that there is a reward for continuing to assert that you have not been heard when that is not true, what message are we sending? That you can continue to throw, that other people can continue to throw objections that are untrue into the process and have a result? To Meredith's point, that people, you say you want WS and Salvatore involved. They don't want to take a public position on this. And then that's going to be used against us if we try and make this point go forward. So I hear what you're saying, and I know that the aim of this is true. I would just say, think about shoring up that narrative and shoring up that process in a really meaningful way, because the optics of it from another perspective don't look good.
So it's not just the last minute letter from growth companies. It's that Transportation Board hasn't even approved the traffic plan yet, and they're not even meeting on this until the 18th.
Okay.
We don't know what recommendations they're going to make. There are still a lot of other pieces in the air, and it's even unfair to staff, frankly, to expect that they can come up with all this and make all these pivots in such a short time frame. This gives everyone a little more time to try to achieve consensus, and I think that in anything we do as a town, we should be trying to achieve consensus. So it's not just about the developer. I trust what you're saying. I'm not challenging what you're saying. But the perception could end up being otherwise, depending on what others might claim at town meeting. And I want this to succeed. I don't want us to lose this opportunity, because the alternatives that will likely come in its place will be much worse.
Michael?
let me
By the way, let me just add something. You know, the what's called the Future Subcommittee of the Expenditure and Revenue Committee has a draft of a economic development, commercial development paper. And one of the things they said is that one of the problems we have in Brookline is that we always put something in the way of getting things done. And, you know, I'm not suggesting that this is exactly what's happening now, but, you know, it looks like Brookline, again, getting itself in the way of a project and success. So,
Meredith, can you speak to the Transportation Board's engagement with this process thus far and their review of the plans? Because it sounds like David and potentially Paul are not up to speed on those points.
So the Transportation Board, the transportation study that we conducted as part of this had 3 phases: existing conditions, conceptual improvements, and then there was a 3rd phase where we're going to sort of pressure test the capacity of the existing infrastructure to support the increased density with this upzoning. So the Transportation Board was presented with, reviewed the conceptual improvement plans that we talked about here in the presentation on February 3rd, and adopted those as a planning document for staff to continue to work on and develop those plans. So T-Board has already sort of reviewed the scope and said, you know, move forward with exploring these options for conceptual improvements. The 3rd phase is what they're going to be presented with on Wednesday. I apologize. It's late.
we're going
Digging
into
deep.
the second day, by the way.
So, so they'll be receiving a presentation from our consultant about sort of the capacity testing for the area. So it is, you know, based on a very conservative set of assumptions about the level of development and the types of development that we could potentially expect under this zoning, and, you know, how the existing infrastructure would fare, and how, if you implemented some of the conceptual improvements that we'd identified, how that could be beneficial in mitigating the impacts of the increased trip generation. So T-Board is going to receive a presentation about this from the consultant. Our staff has the technical expertise to sort of, you know, give commentary about sort of the quality and the conclusions of Kittelson's analysis, and the T-Board will be in a position to provide comment and have a discussion about that, you know, and provide some additional thoughts about appropriate next steps given the conclusions of that analysis.
But it sounds like those next steps could impact the zoning in the form of certain tweaks that are made.
Potentially. I mean, ultimately, we're talking about so, you know, intersection redesign at Boylston Street and Hammond that would, you know, help in mitigating the impacts of increased trip generation. That's controlled by Mass DOT. In order to move any of those concepts forward, we're going to really need to engage with City of Newton and Mass DOT to keep pushing on and creating a sense of urgency about how do we move these improvements forward. So, in theory, yes, but I really don't see how the outcome is going to be any different on the other side of that T-Board meeting.
Okay, how do we wrap this up? You're already into
Is
Wednesday.
this hour tonight the last chance we have to put these articles on the warrant on May?
Yeah, good
No.
question.
It's not.
Okay, so why don't we put it off? And I'm not sure
Well,
how we would
yeah,
determine when we do it and what we do.
Well, I, you know, whatever that deadline is, if it's a week from now or 10 days from now, you know, I think one of the things we are, you know, really wrestling with here is, yeah, there's a possible scenario where this other developer is just basically trying to step in and throw a monkey wrench into the works, and he doesn't have sincere intentions. And if we could use the next 7 or 10 days just to have, you know, some kind of a you know, clear meeting with this person where we demand certain things, you know. If you're serious about looking for some kind of path to doing a development, you know, prove it. You know, and then I think we would at least have a better understanding the next time we take a vote. Do we have someone who actually could improve upon the total amount of development that we're trying to get in this zone, or don't we? And I think it's worth a shot.
Okay, Michael.
Okay, so just to respond to your point, so as Meredith mentioned, on February 25th, we got a proposal from them in terms of what they would like to do to redevelop. And it basically consisted of them redeveloping the 6 houses that they would acquire into housing plus parking, and redeveloping the Tully Street lot into medical office plus parking, and leaving the other 3 units be, because those units are cash cows and they can do wonderful things. We could certainly go through and identify all the places, I mean, staff could do this, I believe, that this proposal is either unclear or fails to meet the requirements of the zoning, whether it's in, sufficient commercial percentage, open space requirements, setbacks, et cetera. And we could have that list, and, we could negotiate on that list, which is something that we could do now or in 3 months or 6 months or whenever, because they still have to acquire properties in order to get this done. So they're actually, they're not under the same kind of time pressure. Which is just another point of the jump. But to your question, we could go through that exercise and get an answer to the difference. Now, if you ask me whether we could negotiate in 7 days across all those differences, and then, for example, go back to EDAB and go back to the planning board, to make sure that the conceptual framework and the vision that we have is still maintained in light of those modifications, and also, of course, go back to the neighborhood, because some of those things, for example, might impact the character of Heath Street, which is a big neighborhood concern. So it might, you could take a step back in that direction. So those are things that we could do, but we can do those things whether this is on the warrant or not.
Well, and all I'm looking for is there a way that, either after 7 or 10 days, whatever it is, you come back with, now we have a second developer who also says this is good, and we should be going forward with the development for the area. And he also is interested in participating, in addition to the first developer. Or you could come back and say, we gave this person a chance to show their bona fides, and it turns out, this is a bluff. I believe, this is my opinion, and please, Meredith, I would be interested in your opinion as well, that in 7 to 10 days, we could not get an agreement from this person. One of the reasons is there is a risk of what Chaz mentioned, that they're really just throwing chum in the water. They would never come to an agreement. But the other reason, and which I think is more substantive, is that in order to come to that agreement, we would have to make a number of changes to the zoning that would, be reflected in the sort of overall construct of that zone. And it should properly then go back to the other boards and commissions that have weighed in on the aspects of the zoning that have created that vision.
Okay,
So I don't think it's possible.
Hold on, I'd like to put this on the agenda for a future meeting, and you say that that's possible.
We're running very short on time.
Yeah, I know, but we're not gonna get anywhere tonight. Paul?
Yeah, so I want to make a couple of comments, because
Wait,
a quick comment.
okay,
I-
okay, quick comment.
Yeah, well, this is important, Bernard. So I first want to say that, what is the problem?
You can't take a vote without holding a public hearing, number one. Number two, when you look at the agenda.
Regina, sit down, please.
This is not a public comment, I'm sorry.
It's so hard for me to talk tonight. Even Regina's interrupting me. So Michael, this narrative that, they're inserting something at the last minute to blow it up, right? We talked about this yesterday. You received a note from them, a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
You mean the thing on the 25th?
Well, I don't know what the date was,
Was
but Janice
February
Kahn forwarded,
25th.
Janice Kahn was copied, she
Yes.
was forwarding it to
February,
me.
February
And,
20th.
and they said, the zoning isn't working for us, right? Basically, it's not working for us. And so, but this idea that they're trying to tank it at the last minute, I don't think it's fair, because they did communicate with you. You didn't communicate with us that there was another property owner that had an issue. So by rights, in reality, you should have brought it to our attention when this thing was raised by them, and you chose not to.
So
But let me just, I haven't talked, I've kept my mouth shut, okay? This isn't just about one property owner, okay? City Realty. It's also about other property owners. But the reason for suggesting that we give this more time is it's not just about that property owner. There's no support from South Brookline. 14, 15, and 16 said they're not voting for this, okay? They're not. So we don't have near consensus to get this thing to a two-thirds vote. You and I talked about this, right? Your line of sight isn't there. So I really want to strongly encourage us to do what Chaz suggested, what Bernard started with the motion, is to instruct staff to come back next week with a package for a special town meeting in September, either the 15th or 30th. Find a date in September, ideally in the second half, and with the amended articles so that we can settle this and create the special town meeting and get it settled. That's what I'd like to make a motion to vote on tonight. Maybe it will pass, maybe it won't, but that's, I think, what I
Okay.
I'd like to make that motion.
Okay. Paul?
Does anybody second it?
I'll second.
Meredith, you want to say?
No.
Or, I'm sorry, Kara. Oh, you just come up to get a better view of the select board?
Thank you, and good morning. I just wanted to
Yeah,
say
good
that Meredith and I were just comparing notes about some of the deadlines that we need to follow for planning board procedures process. If you still wanted, for some reason, things were to come together, if you still wanted to do the Maytown meeting, we would probably need to, we are planning to advertise a week from yesterday, this coming Tuesday. So it would probably, if you want to go to Maytown meeting, we would probably need that warrant open and closed, executed by Tuesday during your open work session. But I'm hearing a majority of you wanting to shift to the fall, no matter what.
We don't know if it's the majority.
Okay.
We're going to take a vote. We'll find out.
Okay.
So I made a motion to.
Okay, motion to amend my motion to push out the date to September or something or other. So we'll take a vote on the motion, or the amendment first, and then if that fails, we'll vote on the other date. on the other
And if
date.
it passes,
There's not clarity. I just want to make clarity. Bernard, you had moved actually the special town meeting. Chaz made a case that we actually can't do the special town meeting tonight. So what he
Wait,
suggested.
is that what he said?
So you can't do a special town meeting for a different date tonight.
Right,
We need to go back to the drawing board and figure that out.
So what Chaz suggested was that we vote to direct staff to investigate what date in September would work, find the date that works, and put together the package of the zoning and other materials that need to go into that, because some dates are going to change.
Okay, that's an amendment to my motion,
Yep.
which is to approve the special town meeting for September 26th.
So for May 26th.
I'm sorry, May 26th.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll vote.
Point of order?
No, you may not make it. You are not.
You have to respect the point of
Oh,
order.
you may. No, you do not. Ma'am, sit down.
You cannot take a vote on a warrant article without holding a public hearing.
This is
That's
not a
the
warrant
bylaw.
article.
We're
This
not
is a
voting on a
warrant.
warrant
Sit down, please. You are out of order.
Regina, we're
Please
not
sit
No,
down.
you are out of order.
Regina,
Sit down, please. You are out of order.
we don't have to yell at her. Regina, we're not voting on a warrant article, I assure you. We're not voting on a warrant article, I promise.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a request. Paul, you had said earlier that you had a list of issues that you thought were of concern
Yep.
between now. I am asking if you would be willing to share that list with the select board and the staff so that we can review that list and
Well,
understand your
they're a
concerns.
combination, they were all mentioned tonight. David talked about the transportation, he talked about the issue with growth companies. It's been mentioned that we want to do due diligence on, hire someone to actually be able to sign an NDA with City Realty and check the financials and make sure that what they're saying is true. What we've done with every other project.
Okay, wait, just give me your amendment and let's vote on that. I mean, we're taking up way too much time.
Okay, I agree with you.
Just answering a question Michael just gave.
Yeah.
I know, but.
I apologize.
Bark at
I'm
him,
just
not
trying.
me.
I'm not barking.
You are a little bit, but it's late. Okay, so I made my amendment, so how do you want?
So repeat it.
So the proposed motion or amendment is that we direct staff to come back with a special town meeting package for September. They'd have to figure out when the high school is available, and the associated warrant article, whatever would go into it, if we need it at that time, for September, for the zoning.
Okay, everyone understand that? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Is the alternative that we can just lay this to rest for a week and come back?
Well, the alternative was going to be the May 26th warrant article, or May 26th town meeting. But if you want to propose that,
Well, why don't we say this? I'm sorry, I know there's a motion on the table, but just to try and satisfy everyone,
yeah.
why don't we come back and update you on where we are in a week? Why don't we come to your work session and say, we've identified, here's how far we've gotten on September. That would be the last possible day to decide whether or not you move forward on this. So you have an escape valve there, but we will be operating under the assumption that it's September. And then we will tell you how far we've gotten. And then if you want to make a motion to, call it in May, then okay. But our assumption would be to go forward in September. But if that's what gets everyone satisfied and gets us out of here.
But we have all the information if we want to call it for May. We don't need to do any other work.
No, so right. So that's what John is suggesting is, how late can you keep this May option on the table? And the answer is to next week. So
What's the additional information you need for us to decide whether we want May or not? I mean, does the board already have a
Well, I think some questions have been raised about whether we're being played.
Yeah.
And I think we need to try to figure that out. It's not an easy thing to figure out. It depends on conversations you have with these individuals and whether you think that they're being straight with you or not being straight with you, or what their motivation is and so on. And I can't say for sure that I know what's going on here tonight. I want to know what's going on here and, at least have a better understanding of what's going on here as to what our options are. And because I don't want to be part of delaying this till September and then find out he wasn't serious about that development proposal. And furthermore, it hinged on 4 houses he said he was going to buy that he has no way of buying, So we need to know a little bit more about this idea that's been raised that that there was not an opportunity given to another developer who was credible and who had a credible plan. And I can't swear that I know the answer to that question. I don't know if you.
How would you
can.
determine whether the guy's bullshitting
hold
or
on.
not?
So Chaz says that they can come back next week and give us guidance as to where we go next. I mean, we're not getting anywhere by continuing this discussion. So I'd like to end this meeting in the second day of it, and wait for what Chaz and staff bring back next week.
So John, are you happy waiting till next week?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to.
We just said.
Well, that's what I'm trying to understand, Bernard.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that said, I'm going to end the meeting.
you have public comment.
Public comment.
Regina wants to make that comment.
Okay,
And
all right.
Regina, I apologize for being cross with you. It was not appropriate.
Get out on me and your frustration. It's late for me too.
I understand.
And I haven't been rude.
I apologize.
Yes, there is a bylaw,
Wait,
If
but-
you
but-
are
but
going to take.
Regina, town
Excuse
council-
me, I now
No,
have the
no.
floor for public comment. You
Excuse
don't
me.
get to interrupt.
I do.
No, you don't.
Town council is the one that gives us legal guidance, and don't try to push your way into saying that. Now, you can make your comment, but we listen to town council.
That's what a point of order is. And Sandy Gatsby was very clear that if you don't raise it before there's a vote, you lose your opportunity. So I rose before what could have been a vote. And it's down on the agenda as if it would be a vote. So I had to use parliamentary procedure.
Regina, can I make one quick point? You don't have standing to make, you don't have standing in this meeting to call a point of order.
If
So
you're doing
not-
a warrant article, I do.
No, you do not. You do not have standing to make a point of order. You do in town meeting, where all town meeting members do. But in this body, in this room, you do not have standing.
Because you do run by a parliamentary procedure. And if you
Regina-
advertise a public hearing, which is on the agenda,
Let her make her comments.
If I may, the vote, had we taken it tonight, was about whether to put something on the warrant, not our substantive position.
I understand that
Article.
was the final result, but that wasn't clear that it would be the final result. That's the point.
Well, that's what was in the agenda.
So I still have public comment?
Yep, go ahead.
Yes, yes. Do acquaint yourself with the kind of public procedure that is not rude, that is inclusive. I sat here all night. I've been here since 5:30. There is absolutely no reason why you should speak to anybody, let alone somebody who invests their time that gets no remuneration for it. I don't have a pony in that race as far as the names of the companies. What I do care about is the fact that I see proposals for zoning change decade after decade where you guys are reactive. You are not the leaders. You don't say, what is the comprehensive plan for Brookline? And that, in this case, would have included these other parcels you were talking about with, I think you said Globes. I don't know who these people are. There should be one heck of a process, and it should come out of a consensus of the people. And you people should not be making the final decisions, town meeting should, but you should be giving us all the resources we need to understand what the options are. We've done that in the past for the B2. We've done it at other times. Town meetings should be educated with the kinds of skills that our planning department has and the rigor of questions. That does include public rigor as well. We need a grand plan for that whole section. We've been wanting that section developed for a long time. Nobody I know is against it. It's the question of how does it do it and how does it serve the public in the end at large and all of the stakeholders, including the abutters. So the process, if you can do something over the summer, if that ends up being how it is handled, you need to do an extraordinary outreach to the neighbors as well as townwide to come to every meeting so that we do hear every single proposal and we make a judgment at those meetings as to how good faith the players are. So I don't know who these globals are. I don't know who City is, but I want to make that judgment by seeing them in action. And this is quite a curveball thrown into the mix. I grant you, because I don't know why it waited this long. I don't know who these people are. Maybe they're last minute 11-hour planners. Maybe they didn't have their funding for some of the plan they're thinking of. They needed the bank to back it. I don't know any of those things. And all of those things should be something that is discussed by the public, in front of the public, with the public, for the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, the meeting is over.